Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I don't even know where to begin with all this. My hands are shaking as I type this, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar or has advice. I'm at my breaking point. I'm 21 now, but this all started when I was 11 years old. Stupid me thought it would be fun to mess around with a Ouija board with some friends. We were just kids, you know. We didn't know any better. Looking back, that was definitely the moment everything changed. Whatever attached itself to me that night has never left. Growing up, weird stuff would happen in our apartment. Objects would move. I'd hear whispers when I was alone. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like someone was watching me from the corner of my room. My mom always blamed it on my overactive imagination, but I knew it was real. Whatever it was, it followed me everywhere. Fast forward to a few years ago. I got pregnant young, moved in with my son's father. Things between us were rocky right from the start. We tried to make it work for our kid, but eventually it just became too toxic. We broke up in March 2021 and he moved out. I was finally starting to feel like I could breathe again. But then October came. I'll never forget that phone call. His sister sobbing uncontrollably, telling me he had taken his own life. My whole world collapsed. Not because we were still in love or anything, but because my son would grow up without his dad, and selfishly because I felt guilty. Did our breakup push him over the edge? That thought still haunts me. Here's the thing, though. Even before he died, strange stuff was happening in our apartment. My son, who was barely talking at the time, would stare at blank walls and giggle like he was watching something funny. Sometimes he'd point to empty corners and say man or hi to absolutely nothing. I figured it was just toddler stuff, but now I'm not so sure. One night before his dad died, I was messing around with a spirit box. I've always been interested in paranormal stuff, even after the Ouija board incident. I wasn't expecting much, just doing it out of boredom, but then I heard it. A voice that sounded exactly like my ex saying, "Hey," and then my son's name, clear as day. It freaked me out so bad I threw the spirit box across the room. I told myself it was just radio interference, coincidence, whatever. I didn't want to believe it. After my ex died, I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye in our apartment. Shadow figures darting across my bedroom. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night to see a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed, only for it to disappear when I blinked. I couldn't take it anymore. In September 2022, I finally saved up enough to move to a bigger apartment. I had a new boyfriend by then who was super supportive and didn't think I was crazy when I told him about all this. I thought moving would help, you know, like maybe whatever was attached to me would stay behind in the old place. God, I was so wrong. It got worse. So much worse. The first week in the new apartment was fine. We were busy unpacking, setting everything up. My son seemed happier with the extra space to run around. Even our cat seemed content exploring. But then things started happening. I was in the kitchen one night, washing dishes, while my son was asleep in his room. I had the baby monitor on the counter next to me. Suddenly, I heard a voice through it. Not my son's, not my boyfriend's. It was a deep whisper saying something I couldn't quite make out. I dropped everything and ran to my son's room, heart pounding. He was sound asleep, totally fine. No one else was there. Another time, I was home alone while my boyfriend took my son to the park. I was sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone when I heard keys jingling in the hallway, like someone was about to unlock the front door. I figured they must have forgotten something and came back, so I got up to open the door. But when I opened it, no one was there. The hallway was completely empty. I even checked the security camera footage later. Nobody had been there. My son started waking up crying almost every night, pointing frantically at his bedroom door, screaming, "No, no, go away!" It breaks my heart because he's so terrified and I can't protect him from something I can't see. Sometimes when I'm walking through our apartment, I'll catch glimpses of a head peeking around the corner of a wall, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. Just empty space. It's always just for a split second, but I know what I saw. Even our cat acts weird now. She'll sit in the hallway, her eyes following something invisible moving across the ceiling. Her head will turn slowly, tracking whatever she sees, and sometimes her fur stands on end for no reason. She refuses to go into certain parts of the apartment, especially my son's room at night. I should probably mention that I keep a small memorial for my ex in my son's room. Just a picture of him, a lock of his hair I saved from when we were together, and a tiny urn with some of his ashes that his family gave me for our son. I thought it was important for my son to have that connection to his dad, even if he's gone. Now, I'm wondering if that was a mistake. Last Halloween, I set up a little altar in our living room. I'm a practicing witch, have been since I was a teenager. It helps me feel more in control of all this crazy stuff that happens around me. I had my tarot cards displayed, with the death card prominently placed upright. Not because I'm morbid or anything, but because to me, it symbolizes the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. I was trying to process my grief, move forward. My boyfriend and I took my son trick-or-treating that evening. We were gone for maybe 3 hours. When we came back, everything on my altar was exactly as I'd left it, except for the death card. It had been flipped to the reversed position, which symbolizes fear of change and holding on to the past. I know how this sounds, but I swear on everything I love that nobody else had access to our apartment. The doors were locked, the security system was on, and the camera showed no one entering or leaving. But the worst, the absolute worst thing happened just last week. I still can't think about it without getting chills all over my body. I woke up around 3 a.m., but I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis. I've had it before, but never like this. I could feel hands, actual physical hands, grabbing my wrists and pinning them to the bed. A voice was whispering in my ear in this creepy sing-song tone. "I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you." The voice sounded familiar, but distorted, like it was being played through water or static. I tried to scream but couldn't. Then I saw my boyfriend lying next to me, and his head slowly turned all the way around, 180 degrees. His face looked wrong, twisted, with black holes where his eyes should be. I must have blacked out because the next thing I know, I was in another sleep paralysis episode. This time, the voice was louder. "You can't escape me. I'll always find you." I finally managed to break free from the paralysis and sat bolt upright, gasping for air. My boyfriend woke up too, looking absolutely terrified. Before I could say anything, he told me he'd just had the worst nightmare of his life. He dreamed that dark hands were coming out from under the bed, trying to touch me inappropriately while I slept. In his dream, he couldn't move or help me. He said he only woke up because he heard me struggling next to him. We sat up the rest of the night with all the lights on, too scared to go back to sleep. The activity has been increasing rapidly since October, the 1-year anniversary of my ex's death. I can't help but think it's him, that his spirit is angry with me for breaking up with him, for moving on with someone new, that he wants revenge. Last night, my son woke up screaming that Daddy was in the closet and that Daddy is mad at Mommy. He's only 3 years old. He barely remembers his father. How would he know? I've tried everything. Sage, salt, protective spells, prayers, you name it. Nothing works. Whatever this is, it's not going away. It's getting stronger. The other day I was doing laundry when I heard my ex's voice clear as day, right behind me saying, "You think you can just replace me?" I spun around and there was nothing there, but all the cabinet doors in the laundry room slammed shut at once. My boyfriend is starting to get freaked out too. At first, he was supportive, but now I can tell he's questioning whether he wants to be involved in all this. I don't blame him. Who would choose to live like this? This morning I found my son's toys arranged in a circle in the middle of his room when I went to wake him up. In the center was the picture of his father from the memorial, face down with a crack across the glass. My son was still asleep in his bed. The doors and windows were all locked. I don't know what to do anymore. Moving doesn't help. It follows me everywhere. I'm scared for my son. I'm scared for myself. I feel like whatever this is, it's getting closer to doing something really bad. Some days, I feel like there's someone standing right behind me, breathing on my neck. When I'm in the shower, I see handprints appear in the steam on the glass door. Last night, I woke up to find my boyfriend sitting straight up in bed, staring at the bedroom doorway. When I asked him what was wrong, he just pointed and whispered, "There's someone standing there." I couldn't see anything, but our cat was at the foot of the bed, fur all puffed up, hissing at the empty doorway. I'm at my breaking point. I feel like I'm going crazy. The worst part is that deep down, I know exactly what's happening. My ex never left, and he's getting angrier every day. I'm writing this from my car right now. I grabbed my son and left the apartment after I found all the pictures of my boyfriend and me face down on the floor, with scratches across his face in each one. My hands won't stop shaking. I don't know where to go or what to do. I just know we can't go back there tonight. Story 2. I never believed in black magic. Not really, anyway. You know how it is growing up in rural India. You hear all these stories from your elders about evil eyes and curses, but as a modern woman, I always brushed them off as superstition. Well, that all changed about 8 months ago, and I haven't been able to look at certain family members the same way since. My name is Priya, and I live with my parents in a small village, about 2 hours from Mumbai. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone's business, where family connections matter more than anything else, and where traditions still hold strong despite the rest of the world rushing ahead. My father works at a decent job in the finance sector, while my mother manages our home. We're comfortable, not rich by any means, but we have what we need. My second cousin Vikram would visit us every few months. He's around 30, always struggling to find stable work, and would come by mainly to ask my father for job referrals or connections. He seemed normal enough, quiet, polite, would take tea when offered and make small talk about relatives or village gossip. Nothing about him ever struck me as particularly off. Until that day. It was a Tuesday in August, hot and muggy like you wouldn't believe. My mother had gone to visit her sister, who lived about an hour away, planning to stay overnight. It was just me and my father at home when Vikram showed up unannounced around midday. My father welcomed him in as usual. Family is family after all. And they sat in our small living room discussing job prospects. I was studying for my university exams in my room, but came out to serve them chai and snacks. That's when I first noticed something was different about Vikram. His eyes seemed, I don't know how to describe it exactly, sharper, more focused, like he was intensely aware of everything around him. He barely touched his tea, which was unusual since he typically drank it quickly. "Everything okay, Vikram Bhai?" I asked casually as I placed the plate of biscuits on the table. He startled slightly as if I'd shocked him. Yes, just tired from the journey," he replied, but his eyes didn't meet mine. I returned to my room but kept my door slightly ajar. I could hear their conversation. The usual stuff about which companies were hiring, who my father knew that might help Vikram, how the job market was terrible these days. After about an hour, my father got a call from his office about some urgent matter. He apologized to Vikram and had to leave immediately, telling him he was welcome to wait until he returned. That's when things got weird. With my father gone, I expected Vikram to leave. Instead, he began pacing around our living room. From the crack in my door, I could see him moving from the sofa to the window, peering outside, then back to the sofa. His movements were jittery, like he couldn't stay still. Every now and then, he'd mutter something under his breath that I couldn't quite catch. After about 15 minutes of this, he suddenly walked toward our kitchen. Now, our house isn't large, just a simple two-bedroom place with a small kitchen and living area. From my room, I could see part of the kitchen, but not all of it. I heard him opening our refrigerator, then the freezer compartment. I was getting uncomfortable. What was he doing going through our refrigerator when no one invited him to? I debated confronting him, but something held me back. Call it intuition or fear, I'm not sure, but I stayed frozen in my spot, watching. He emerged from the kitchen looking satisfied, relieved. It's hard to put my finger on it, but his expression had changed. The tension in his body seemed to have dissipated. He picked up his bag, looked around one more time, and then let himself out the front door without even calling out a goodbye. I rushed to the kitchen immediately, curious about what he'd been doing. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance. The refrigerator contents looked normal. I opened the freezer but didn't notice anything unusual, just our regular items. Some frozen vegetables, ice trays, and a few containers of leftovers. When my father returned about an hour later, I told him Vikram had left. I mentioned how strangely he'd been acting, but my father just shrugged it off, saying Vikram was probably stressed about being unemployed for so long. I didn't mention the refrigerator incident, thinking maybe I was overreacting. People get thirsty, right? Maybe he just wanted water. My mother returned the next evening. Life went back to normal, and I pushed the weird visit out of my mind as I focused on my studies. It was about 3 days later when my mother made the discovery. I was helping her organize the freezer to make space for some new groceries. She was pulling out containers when she suddenly paused, holding something I didn't recognize. "What is this?" she asked, more to herself than to me. It was a small clay pot with a lid, shoved all the way to the back of the freezer, behind everything else. The kind traditionally used to store homemade yogurt, but nothing we'd put there ourselves. "Did you put this here?" my mother asked me. I shook my head, feeling a strange chill despite the summer heat. "No, I've never seen it before." My father came into the kitchen, and my mother showed him the pot. He was equally confused, claiming no knowledge of it. We stood there, the three of us, staring at this mysterious clay pot that had somehow appeared in the deepest corner of our freezer. My mother gingerly removed the lid. Inside was what looked like homemade yogurt, thick and white, but frozen solid. The smell was normal, like regular yogurt, but there was something unsettling about finding food none of us had placed there. "This is strange," my mother muttered. "Very strange." She immediately wrapped the pot in a cloth without touching it directly and set it aside. I noticed her hands were trembling slightly. That evening, my mother visited our neighbor, Auntie Mina, who had lived in our village her entire life. When she returned, her face was pale. "Auntie Mina says this is high-quality homemade yogurt, the kind made in households with cow farms," she told us quietly, "like where Vikram's family lives in the suburbs." I immediately thought back to Vikram's strange behavior, his trip to our kitchen, the way he'd seemed relieved afterward. I told my mother about his visit, how he'd been alone in the house, how he'd gone to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. My mother's eyes widened. Without another word, she picked up the wrapped clay pot and said she needed to see someone. My father tried to reason with her, saying we were jumping to conclusions, but the fear in my mother's eyes silenced him. She left with the pot, and I accompanied her. We walked quickly through the dusty village roads as the sun began to set, casting long shadows around us. My mother didn't speak much, just kept a tight grip on the wrapped pot, holding it away from her body. We arrived at a small mud house on the outskirts of the village. This was the home of Naresh Baba, an elderly man known in our community as a spiritual healer or shaman. Some called him a fraud, others swore by his abilities. My mother had consulted him a few times over the years for minor issues, a blessing for my exams, a remedy for my father's persistent cough. As we approached his door, something extraordinary happened. Naresh Baba came out before we even knocked, his weathered face serious, his white beard moving slightly in the evening breeze. "Stop there," he said firmly, raising his hand. "Don't bring that inside my home." My mother froze. "Baba, I need your help. There's something—" "Leave it outside," he interrupted, pointing to a stone platform beside his door. "I won't have that cross my threshold." With shaking hands, my mother placed the wrapped pot on the platform. Only then did Naresh Baba invite us inside. His small home smelled of incense and herbs, dim except for a few oil lamps. He sat cross-legged on a mat, gesturing for us to do the same. "Now tell me," he said, his eyes intense, "where did you find it?" My mother explained about discovering the yogurt in our freezer, about Vikram's visit, about our suspicions. Naresh Baba listened silently, occasionally nodding. "You were right to bring this to me," he finally said, "but I cannot touch it directly. The intention behind it is too strong." He explained that he would need to perform a ritual to neutralize whatever was in the pot. He asked us to wait outside while he prepared. As we sat on a bench under a neem tree, my mother gripped my hand tightly. "I should have seen this coming," she whispered. "Your father helped Vikram's cousin get a job last month instead of him. I noticed the way he looked at us afterward." About 20 minutes later, we heard a commotion from inside the house. There was a crash, followed by gasping sounds. My mother and I rushed inside to find Naresh Baba on his knees, clutching his throat, his face turning purple. "Baba!" my mother cried, running to his side. He couldn't speak, just kept grasping at his neck as if something invisible was choking him. His eyes were bulging with terror. I ran to get water while my mother tried to help him breathe. By the time I returned, he had collapsed onto his side, still struggling for air. I don't know exactly what happened next. My mother began chanting something, a prayer I'd heard my grandmother recite years ago. She sprinkled water around Naresh Baba, still chanting. Gradually, his breathing eased. He lay there panting, sweat pouring down his face. When he could finally speak, his voice was a rasp. "Powerful," he gasped. "Very powerful." I tried to neutralize it, but as soon as I began the ritual, I felt hands around my throat. Invisible hands, squeezing, squeezing. He shakily sat up with our help. "Whoever brought this into your home meant serious harm. This is not amateur work. The yogurt is a carrier, a vessel for negative energy targeted specifically at your family. Had you consumed it—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. My mother asked what we should do. "I will handle it," Naresh Baba said. "But you must leave now. Go straight home. Do not stop anywhere. Take different routes each time you go out for the next week. Keep fresh neem leaves in water at your doorstep. And most importantly, do not invite that person into your home again." On our walk home, my mother was silent, her face set in grim determination. I felt nauseous, thinking about Vikram in our kitchen, placing that pot in our freezer, imagining us consuming it unknowingly. What would have happened? Illness? Accident? Death? I couldn't stop shaking. "How could he do this?" I finally asked. "He's family." My mother squeezed my shoulder. "Some people's jealousy consumes them until they're no longer themselves. Your father has what Vikram wants: stability, respect, a good job. Instead of working for these things, he chose a darker path. That night, none of us slept well. My father finally accepted what had happened after seeing how shaken Naresh Baba had been. We followed his instructions carefully, fresh neem leaves in water by our door, taking different routes when we went out. The next day, we learned that Naresh Baba had taken the clay pot far into the forest and performed a ritual at midnight to counteract whatever dark energy it contained. He told my mother later that it had been one of the most difficult neutralizations he'd ever done. Life slowly returned to normal, but things had changed. I found myself jumping at small noises, checking the refrigerator obsessively. My mother placed small protective totems around our house, things I would have laughed at months earlier. We've seen Vikram since then, at family gatherings and festivals. He acts as if nothing happened, smiling, making small talk. We respond politely but distantly. What else can we do? We have no proof beyond our experience, and accusing someone of black magic would create a scandal that would ripple through our entire extended family. But he knows that we know. I see it in the way his eyes slide away when they meet mine, in the careful distance he maintains from my mother. Sometimes I catch him watching us, and the look on his face sends chills down my spine. I still don't understand everything about what happened that day. How does yogurt become a vessel for harm? What would have happened if we had eaten it? How did Naresh Baba know not to let it into his house? These questions keep me awake some nights. All I know is that something dark entered our home that day, brought by someone we trusted, someone we considered family. And though the yogurt is gone, destroyed in some forest ritual, I can't shake the feeling that some residue of that darkness lingers, waiting. I used to think black magic was just stories to scare children. Now I check my food carefully before eating. I notice when things in my home aren't exactly where I left them, and I pay attention to the feeling in my gut when someone enters our house. Because I've learned that sometimes the darkest magic comes from the people closest to you, wearing familiar faces, carrying ordinary clay pots. Story 3. I've been meaning to share this story for a while now, but honestly, it's taken me some time to process everything that happened during my 4 years working at the Intercontinental Manila. The hotel was demolished a few years back, and in a way I think that's what finally gave me the courage to write this down. Like maybe whatever was there can't find me anymore. I worked as a night auditor at the hotel from 2009 to 2013. For those who don't know what that is, I was basically the front desk person during the graveyard shift. I handled check-ins, check-outs, processed all the daily transactions, and dealt with whatever guest issues came up in the middle of the night. Looking back, I probably should have realized something was off about the place during my first week. The Intercontinental was one of those old grand hotels that had been around forever. Lots of dark wood paneling, brass fixtures, and this heavy feeling of history that you could almost touch. The kind of place where you'd expect to see ghosts even if you didn't believe in them. The night it happened, I was about 6 months into the job. It was a Tuesday in March, around 2:30 a.m. The lobby was completely empty, which wasn't unusual for that time. I remember it was unusually quiet that night. Even the usual hum of the air conditioning seemed muted. We had low occupancy, only about 30% of rooms filled, mostly business travelers who were all tucked away in their rooms. I'd been sitting at the front desk for hours, catching up on paperwork. My eyes were getting tired from staring at the computer screen, and I needed to use the bathroom. Usually we'd use the employee restrooms down in the basement, but that meant taking the service elevator down, walking through that creepy hallway past the laundry rooms, and honestly, I was feeling lazy. The lobby restrooms were just around the corner from the front desk, and at that hour no guests were around to notice me using them. So I stood up, stretched, and did a quick scan of the lobby to make sure no one was around who might need assistance. Everything was still. The ornate chandelier above the center of the lobby cast this dim, yellowish glow that didn't quite reach the corners of the room. The fancy furniture, all those leather armchairs and polished coffee tables, looked like they were waiting for ghosts to sit in them. I walked across the marble floor, my footsteps echoing slightly despite my attempts to walk quietly. I turned the corner that led to the hallway where the restrooms were located. The men's room was at the end, across from the entrance to the hotel's bar and lounge, which was closed and dark at that hour. That's when I saw him. He was just standing there. An older man, maybe in his 60s, balding with what hair he had left cropped short on the sides. He was stocky, with a bit of a belly pushing against a plaid polo shirt that was tucked into khaki pants. He was facing the entrance to the lounge, his back partially to me. The strange thing was, he wasn't completely solid. It's hard to explain, but it was like he was both there and not there at the same time. I could see him clearly, but it was almost like I was seeing him with something other than my eyes, like the image was being projected directly into my mind. I hesitated for a second, wondering if I should approach him. It was way past closing time for the lounge, and guests shouldn't have been wandering around down there. But something about him made me uneasy. I decided to just continue to the bathroom, figuring he was probably a guest who was confused about the lounge hours or looking for the restroom himself. As I walked past him, he didn't acknowledge me at all. No movement, no turning of the head, nothing. I could feel the hair on my arms, standing up, but I told myself I was being ridiculous. After working nights for 6 months, I was probably just sleep-deprived and imagining things. I pushed open the heavy wooden door to the men's room and went inside. The fluorescent lights flickered on automatically, making me blink at the sudden brightness. The bathroom was empty, all white tiles and mirrors that made it feel colder than the rest of the hotel. I did my business quickly, washed my hands, and stood there for a moment, looking at my tired face in the mirror. I remember thinking about whether I should say something to the man outside. Maybe he needed help, was lost. It was my job to assist guests after all. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, stepping back into the hallway. He was still there, in the exact same position. Hadn't moved an inch, still staring at the darkened entrance to the lounge. A chill ran through me, but I tried to shake it off. "Excuse me, sir," I called out. "Can I help you with anything?" No response, not even a twitch. I called out again, a little louder this time, but still nothing. I decided to walk closer to him, though everything inside me was screaming not to. As I got within a few feet, I realized I couldn't hear him breathing, couldn't see the slight movements a person makes even when standing still. He was completely motionless in a way that wasn't possible for a living person. And there was something else. The air around him felt different, colder, heavier somehow, like walking through invisible syrup. That was enough for me. I turned and walked quickly back to the front desk, fighting the urge to run. I kept looking back over my shoulder, but he never followed, never moved, just stood there staring at the lounge entrance. When I got back to my station, I sat down heavily in my chair, my heart pounding. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a guest who was hard of hearing. Maybe he was sleepwalking, but deep down I knew it wasn't any of those things. I managed to get through the rest of my shift, though I kept glancing toward that hallway. I didn't see the man again that night, and I told myself I was just tired, seeing things that weren't there. The next night I came in for my shift as usual. Everything seemed normal. I chatted with the evening staff as they handed over to me, did my initial rounds of the lobby, and settled in at the front desk. Nothing out of the ordinary happened for the first few hours. Around 3 a.m., I needed to use the bathroom again. I hesitated, remembering the previous night, but decided I was being silly. I'd use the lobby bathroom again. It was closer, and whatever I thought I'd seen the night before was surely just fatigue playing tricks on my mind. I walked the same path across the lobby, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. As I turned the corner into the hallway, my blood went cold. He was there again, the exact same man, in the exact same spot, wearing the same plaid polo shirt, in the exact same position, staring at the darkened lounge entrance. This time there was no denying what I was seeing, no way to rationalize it. My whole body broke out in goosebumps, and I felt that strange, heavy coldness radiating from where he stood. Without thinking, I turned and practically ran back to the front desk, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stayed behind the desk for the rest of my shift, holding my bladder until morning when other staff arrived. I didn't tell anyone what I'd seen. How could I explain it without sounding crazy? A few days passed, and I made sure to use only the employee bathrooms, taking the long walk to the basement despite my laziness. But the image of that man kept haunting me. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, standing in that hallway, night after night, staring at the lounge entrance. About a week later, I was working with Manuel, one of the bellmen who'd been at the hotel for over a decade. He was in his 50s, a quiet, serious man who rarely engaged in small talk. But that night, as we were both taking a coffee break in the staff room at around 4 a.m., I decided to ask him if he knew anything about the hotel's history. "Manuel," I started, trying to sound casual, "has anyone ever, died in the hotel?" He looked at me with narrowed eyes. "Why are you asking?" I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "Just curious. Old building like this must have some stories." Manuel took a slow sip of his coffee before answering. "Many people die here over the years. Is normal in hotel this old. Anyone near the lobby? Like, near the lounge area?" I pressed. His expression changed subtly. There was a wariness there now, a recognition. "Why are you asking about that area specifically?" I hesitated, then decided to just tell him. "I saw someone, a few nights ago. An older man, balding, kind of heavy, wearing a plaid polo shirt. He was just standing there, staring at the lounge entrance, wouldn't respond when I spoke to him." Manuel's coffee cup froze halfway to his lips. His eyes widened, and he slowly set the cup down on the table. "You saw him? You actually saw him?" The way he said it made my skin crawl. "So you know who I'm talking about?" Manuel nodded slowly. "That must be Mr. Reyes. He died there, right where you saw him, about 8 years ago. Heart attack. He was a regular. Came to the lounge every night for years, always wore those plaid shirts." "How did you know exactly who I meant?" "I didn't describe him that well," I said, my mouth dry, "because others have seen him too. Not many, but a few. Always in that same spot." Manuel leaned closer. "But the way you described him, the plaid shirt, his build, that's exactly what he was wearing when it happened. I was there that night. I helped the paramedics when they came." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "So I really saw a..." I couldn't even say the word. "Ghost? Spirit? Whatever you want to call it." Manuel shrugged, but I could tell he was disturbed. This hotel is full of them. Most people just can't see them. "But why can I?" I asked. "Some people are more sensitive, open to these things." He studied my face. "You're one of them. You'll probably see more." And I did. Over the next 4 years I worked there, I encountered numerous unexplainable things. Glimpses of people who vanished when I looked directly at them. Voices calling my name when no one was there. Elevators stopping at floors when no button had been pressed, opening to reveal empty hallways that somehow felt occupied. Room service orders coming from rooms that were vacant. The sound of furniture moving in empty conference rooms. But Mr. Reyes was the first and the most distinct. I saw him many more times during my years there, always in the same spot, always staring at the lounge. I learned to accept his presence, even giving him a small nod when I passed, though he never acknowledged me. The strangest part. On my very last night working at the Intercontinental before I left for a new job, I was doing my final walkthrough of the lobby. I turned that familiar corner and saw Mr. Reyes in his usual spot. But this time, just for a second, he turned his head and looked directly at me. Then he nodded, almost imperceptibly, before turning back to face the lounge. It was like he was saying goodbye. The hotel was demolished a few years later to make way for new development. Sometimes I wonder what happened to Mr. Reyes and all the other spirits that called that place home. Did they move on? Are they still there, haunting an empty lot? Or did they somehow attach themselves to the people who, like me, could sense their presence? I don't know the answers. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I can still see him standing there in his plaid shirt, forever waiting outside a lounge that no longer exists. And I wonder if he sees me too. Story 4. I've always considered myself sensitive to the unexplainable. Since childhood, I've had moments where I just knew things before they happened, or felt presences others couldn't sense. But what happened in my boyfriend Jake's house this summer made me question everything I thought I understood about these abilities. Jake and I met at a mutual friend's barbecue in early June. We clicked immediately, and not just in the usual ways. During our first real conversation, we somehow got onto the topic of weird experiences, and I cautiously mentioned having sleep paralysis as a teenager. His eyes widened, and he admitted he'd experienced the same thing throughout his life. We spent hours comparing notes on our intuitive moments, the strange coincidences, and the unexplainable feelings we'd both experienced. It was like finding someone who spoke a secret language I thought only I understood. By July, we were officially dating, and things moved pretty quickly. We started spending nights together at his place in Oak Ridge, a quiet suburban neighborhood with neat lawns and cookie-cutter houses. Jake had rented the small two-bedroom house for about a year, and until that night, I'd never felt anything unusual there. It felt like any other suburban home, maybe a bit drafty in places and with those weird settling noises old houses make, but nothing that ever set off my internal alarms. That changed on July 28th. I remember the date because it was exactly 1 month after our first date. We'd spent the evening watching movies and went to bed around midnight. Jake fell asleep almost immediately. He always did, while I scrolled through my phone for a bit before drifting off myself. I woke up suddenly and completely, not the gradual coming to consciousness most people experience, but that jarring, all-at-once awakening that immediately puts you on high alert. The red numbers on Jake's bedside clock read 3:43 a.m. My bladder was uncomfortably full, which explained why I'd woken up. I needed to use the bathroom, which was just down the hall. Under normal circumstances, I would have simply gotten up, handled business, and gone back to sleep without fully waking. But as I sat up in bed, something held me back. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a feeling, a heavy, suffocating sense of terror that descended on me out of nowhere. My heart started racing, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. The rational part of my brain kept saying, just get up and go to the bathroom. But my body refused to move. I looked over at Jake, sleeping peacefully beside me. His chest rose and fell with even breaths. Nothing in the room seemed out of place. The night light in the hallway cast its usual soft glow under the door. Everything was normal, except for the overwhelming certainty that something was terribly wrong. I tried to rationalize the feeling. Maybe I'd been having a nightmare I couldn't remember. Maybe it was just being in an unfamiliar house. But I'd stayed over plenty of times without issue. This fear felt different, more immediate, more targeted. It felt like something was waiting for me. After a few minutes of sitting frozen in bed, my need to use the bathroom became urgent enough that I couldn't ignore it any longer. I've always been somewhat spiritual, so I started praying silently, not formal prayers, just desperate pleas for protection. Please keep me safe. Whatever's out there, please don't let it hurt me. I visualized white light surrounding me, something my grandmother had taught me to do when I was scared. I mentally commanded anything negative to leave the space. It sounds ridiculous now, typing it out, but in that moment, these small rituals were the only thing that gave me the courage to swing my legs over the side of the bed. My feet touched the cool hardwood floor, and I stood up, still mentally repeating my protections. The 10 steps to the bedroom door were the longest of my life. Each footfall seemed too loud in the quiet house. I reached for the doorknob with a trembling hand, half expecting something to grab me from behind. Nothing did. The hallway was empty and still. The bathroom door was ajar, exactly as we'd left it before bed. I hurried inside, flipped on the light, and quickly shut the door behind me. Under the harsh fluorescent bulb, my fear started to feel silly. The bathroom was just a bathroom. White tiles, shower curtain with a pattern of blue fish, Jake's electric razor on the counter, my makeup bag beside the sink. Nothing sinister or strange. I used the toilet, washed my hands, and splashed some cold water on my face. My reflection in the mirror looked normal, if a bit pale. Just me, with my brown hair messy from sleep and dark circles under my eyes. I took a deep breath, turned off the light, and stepped back into the hallway. The fear hit me again immediately, not as intensely as before, but enough to make me hurry back to the bedroom. I slipped under the covers and pressed myself against Jake's warm back, finding comfort in his presence. Eventually, my racing heart slowed, and I started to drift back to sleep. I don't know how much time passed, maybe 10 minutes, maybe less, when Jake suddenly sat up. The abruptness of his movement startled me, fully awake again. Without a word, he got out of bed and walked to the door. His movements were stiff, not his usual loose-limbed gait. I thought he might be sleepwalking, something he'd mentioned doing occasionally as a child. "Jake?" I whispered, but he didn't respond. He opened the door and disappeared into the hallway. I heard the bathroom door creak open, then close. I lay there suddenly uncomfortable again, pulling the blanket up to my chin like a child, afraid of monsters. When Jake returned a few minutes later, his demeanor had completely changed. His face was ashen, and his hands were visibly shaking as he climbed back into bed. "You okay?" I asked. He turned to me, eyes wide. "I just had the most fucked up dream." His voice trembled. "Or, I don't think it was a dream. I don't know what it was." I sat up, fully alert now. "What happened?" "I was asleep, and then I heard this voice. It was right in my ear, like someone was leaning over me, but when I tried to move or open my eyes, I couldn't. It kept saying, 'Don't go into the bathroom,' over and over." He ran a hand through his hair. "And then suddenly I could move, and I found myself standing at the bathroom door. It was open, and I don't remember getting out of bed or walking there." A chill ran down my spine. "You were sleepwalking, I guess? But I've never sleepwalked as an adult, and the voice, it was so clear." He looked at me, confusion and fear etched on his face. "The weirdest thing is, I had to pee. But after that warning, no way was I going in there. But somehow I was already at the door, like my body was going to do it anyway." I felt cold all over. I hadn't told Jake about my own experience just minutes before, about the inexplicable fear, the prayers, the bathroom trip I'd forced myself to take despite my terror. Yet here he was, describing a warning about the very place I'd just been. "Did you see anything in the bathroom?" I asked hesitantly. He shook his head. "No. I just stood there for a second, then closed the door and came back. But the whole time, I felt like someone was watching me." He paused. "Did you hear me get up?" "Yeah," I admitted. "I was awake. I actually just went to the bathroom myself a few minutes ago." His eyes widened. "Did you notice anything weird?" I hesitated, unsure whether to share my experience. Would it make things better or worse? In the end, I decided honesty was the only option. I woke up needing to pee, but I was suddenly terrified for no reason, like paralyzed with fear. I sat here for like 10 minutes trying to work up the courage to get up. "Was there something in the bathroom?" Jake asked, his voice tight. "No, nothing I could see, but the fear was... it wasn't normal. It felt like a warning." I swallowed hard. I actually prayed for protection before I could make myself go. Jake was silent for a long moment. "So, you felt something was wrong, got scared, prayed for protection, and then I have a dream warning me not to go to the bathroom. He stated it flatly, connecting the dots. Yeah, I whispered. That's exactly what happened. We sat in the dark, neither of us speaking. The implications were troubling. Either there was something in the bathroom that my intuition had detected and Jake's dream had warned about, or, and this possibility disturbed me even more, our combined sensitivities were somehow communicating with each other on a subconscious level. Have you ever felt anything like that here before? I asked finally. Jake shook his head. Never. I mean, I've had sleep paralysis episodes since I was a kid, but they stopped about a year ago. He paused. Actually, now that I think about it, they stopped right around when I moved in here. And they've started again, since we've been sleeping together, I said slowly, the realization dawning on me. Yeah. He looked at me uncertainly. Do you think it's just a coincidence? I didn't answer immediately. The question that kept circling in my mind was unsettling. What if our combined intuitive abilities were somehow amplifying each other? What if, instead of Jake's sleep paralysis being a random neurological glitch, it was actually his brain's way of processing spiritual information that most people filtered out? And if that was true, what had we sensed tonight? Maybe we should try to go back to sleep, I suggested. Not because I felt sleepy, but because I didn't know what else to do. We can figure it out in the morning. Jake nodded, but neither of us lay down. The thought of closing my eyes suddenly seemed dangerous. I'm going to check the bathroom again, Jake said abruptly, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. I'll come with you, I said quickly, unwilling to be left alone. We walked down the hallway together, flipped on the bathroom light and looked around. Nothing had changed. No mysterious writings on the mirror, no shadowy figures in the shower, no signs of anything supernatural or threatening. Just a normal bathroom in a normal suburban house. But as we stood there, side by side in the doorway, I felt it again. That nameless dread, that certainty that something was wrong. From the way Jake's hand tightened around mine, I knew he felt it too. Let's go back to bed, he whispered, and I nodded quickly. We returned to the bedroom, closed the door firmly behind us, and lay down, both of us wide awake now. We didn't talk much, but we didn't sleep either. Eventually, dawn broke, pale light filtering through the blinds, and the oppressive feeling that had filled the house all night seemed to lift. Over breakfast, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Jake suggested maybe it was a gas leak causing hallucinations, but a check of the detectors showed everything was normal. I wondered if it could have been something I ate causing a weird reaction, but Jake's simultaneous experience made that unlikely. What if it's us? I finally asked, voicing the thought that had been nagging at me since the middle of the night. What if our abilities or sensitivities or whatever you want to call them are somehow feeding off each other? Jake considered this, like we're amplifying each other's experiences. Exactly. You said your sleep paralysis stopped when you moved in here, but started again when we started sleeping together. What if my presence somehow triggers it? Or what if there was always something here that I was somehow blocking, and now with both of us, it's finding a way through? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Were we opening some kind of door to the unexplainable? And if so, what might come through? We decided to test the theory. For the next week, I stayed at my own apartment. Jake reported no sleep disturbances, no strange sensations, no voices warning him away from any part of his house. When I returned the following weekend, his sleep paralysis returned the very first night, though without any specific warnings or unusual fear. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, we've had 2 more incidents where one of us has experienced something strange. A shadow where no shadow should be, a voice that couldn't be explained. A sudden cold spot in the middle of a warm room, followed almost immediately by the other having a related experience. It's like whatever this is, it's using our connection to communicate. Last night was the most disturbing yet. I woke up to find Jake sitting straight up in bed, eyes open but unseeing. When I touched his arm, he turned to me and said in a voice that wasn't quite his own, "She knows you can see her too." Then he blinked, looked confused, and had no memory of speaking. I still don't know what to make of any of this. Are we tapping into something supernatural? Is it some weird neurological phenomenon where our brains are syncing up? Or is something using our intuitive abilities to communicate? And if so, what does it want? All I know is that I'm afraid to fall asleep in that house now. Tonight, we're staying at my place and we're leaving the lights on. I can't shake the feeling that whatever this is, it's getting stronger, feeding off our awareness of it, and I don't know how to make it stop. Story 5. I've avoided talking about this for months because I'm not sure anyone would believe me. It happened back in April when my junior class went on a field trip to Coldwater Cave, a place with a pretty dark history that's about an hour's drive from our school. I've never been into crowded places or people touching me. It's just something I've always hated, so field trips aren't exactly my favorite thing. But everyone was going, and I didn't want to be the only one sitting back at school doing busy work. For those who don't know, Coldwater Cave used to be this underground speakeasy during Prohibition. The locals turned these natural limestone caves into a secret bar where people could drink without getting caught. Our history teacher, Mr. Brennan, was super excited about it because apparently someone was murdered there in the 1920s, some gangster who owed money to the wrong people. They found his body wedged in one of the narrow passages. At least that's the confirmed death. Mr. Brennan said there were rumors about other people who disappeared around there too, but those were never proven. The morning of the trip, I almost called in sick. I had this weird feeling in my stomach when I woke up. Not like I was actually sick, more like dread. My mum noticed and asked if I was okay, but I just blamed it on not sleeping well. Looking back, I wish I'd listened to that feeling. We arrived at Coldwater around 10 a.m. The entrance to the cave is built into this hillside with a little visitor center on top where they gave us the safety lecture. The whole time, Aidan and Tyler were making stupid ghost noises behind me, and Ms. Peterson had to tell them to shut up like 3 times. The tour guide, this older guy with a grey beard named Bill, kept talking about how we needed to stay with the group because parts of the cave system were still unmapped and potentially dangerous. As we lined up to go in, I made sure to position myself at the back of our group of 20-something students. This way no one would be behind me, bumping into me or whatever. Plus, I could hang back a little without anyone noticing. The entrance to the cave was this narrow doorway built into the rock face, and right when I stepped through it, the temperature dropped like 20 degrees. Bill said the cave stays at a constant 52 degrees year-round, but it felt way colder than that to me. The first part of the tour was actually pretty interesting. The main chamber had these incredible stalactites hanging from the ceiling, and Bill showed us where the original bar was set up. They'd restored some of it, not to serve alcohol, obviously, but to show what it was like back then. There were old photos on the wall showing people in 1920s clothes partying in the cave. The lighting was all these dim, yellowish lamps that created creepy shadows everywhere, meant to recreate the original atmosphere. I was keeping my distance from everyone, especially Madison and her friends, who kept shrieking at everything Bill said that was remotely creepy. We moved deeper into the cave system, and Bill was explaining how bootleggers would use the back passages to escape if police raided the place. The passage narrowed as we walked, and the ceiling got lower in some spots. Water was dripping in various places, leaving shiny wet patches on the stone floor. That's when it happened. We were maybe 40 minutes into the tour, in this area Bill called the lounge, where people used to play cards and smoke. Everyone was bunched around this display case with old whiskey bottles and playing cards they'd found during excavation. I was standing a few feet back from the group, looking at these weird shadows on the cave wall, when I felt it. It was like someone had taken an ice cube and pressed it against the spot where my neck meets my shoulder. I jumped and reached up to touch it, expecting to find my shirt soaked, but there was nothing there, completely dry. The cold sensation didn't stop, though. It moved down my shoulder like icy fingers sliding across my skin. I whipped around, thinking one of the boys was messing with me, but there was nobody there. Just the empty passage we'd walked through to get to this chamber. I stood there for a second, completely confused. I thought maybe water had dripped from the ceiling, but when I looked up, that part of the ceiling was dry. Plus, water doesn't move like that. It doesn't slide across your skin in a deliberate way. My heart started beating really fast, and I hurried to catch up with the group. I tried to pay attention to what Bill was saying about how people died trying to find secret passages during police raids, but I kept feeling like someone was watching me. The cave suddenly seemed much darker and more confining than before. I kept glancing behind me, but the passage remained empty. About 10 minutes later, we moved into what used to be a storage area for the illegal alcohol. It was this small circular room with natural shelves in the rock walls. Bill was showing us marks on the wall where shelves had been installed, and everyone was clustered around him. I was standing at the back again, trying to peer over Zach's shoulder since he's like 6'2", and blocking everything. That's when everything got weird. I completely blanked out for what felt like a minute or two. It was like my mind just skipped ahead. 1 second I was standing there trying to see past Zach, and the next I was staring at the cave wall with no memory of turning around. I felt disoriented, almost dizzy. When I turned back to the group, they had already started moving to the next area. I hurried to catch up, feeling really uneasy. As I was walking, it happened. Something cold and firm slapped me on my butt. It wasn't a gentle touch. It was a deliberate slap that made me yelp out loud. I spun around, ready to scream at whoever thought that was funny, but there was nobody there. The nearest person was like 5 feet away, walking in the opposite direction with the tour group. There's no way anyone could have touched me and then gotten that far away in less than a second. It's just not physically possible. But I felt it. It was as real as someone standing right next to me and touching me. The cold lingered, like when you touch metal in winter and the cold sticks to your fingers. I stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Part of me wanted to run out of the cave right then, but I didn't even know if I could find my way back. I was suddenly terrified of being alone in the cave, so I hurried to catch up with the group, practically running. For the rest of the tour, I stayed as close to other people as possible, which is the opposite of what I usually do. I didn't even care about my no-touching rule anymore. I just wanted to be surrounded by living people. I didn't hear a single thing Bill said for the rest of the tour. My mind was completely consumed with what had happened, replaying it over and over, trying to figure out if there was some logical explanation. When we finally emerged from the cave about 30 minutes later, the sunlight hit my face, and I nearly cried with relief. I was shaking, and not just from the cold of the cave. Miss Peterson asked if I was feeling okay, and I just nodded and said I was a little claustrophobic. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. It sounded crazy, even in my own head. We had lunch at these picnic tables outside the visitor center before heading back to school. I sat with my friend Ella, barely touching my sandwich. That's when I overheard Jaden talking to Tyler at the next table. He was saying something about feeling a super cold hand on his back during the tour. I froze mid-bite and started listening more carefully. It was like someone put their hand in ice water and then touched me, Jaden was saying. But when I turned around, nobody was close enough to have done it. I nearly choked on my sandwich. I walked over to their table and asked Jaden when it happened. He said it was in the storage room, right around the same time I had my experience. Tyler was laughing it off, saying the cave was haunted. but I could tell by Jaden's face that he was genuinely freaked out. On the bus ride back to school, I sat next to Jaden and we compared experiences. His wasn't as intense as mine, just a cold touch on his lower back that lasted a few seconds. But it was similar enough that I knew it wasn't just my imagination. The thing that really got me was when he mentioned experiencing a couple minutes where he felt zoned out right before it happened, just like I had. When I got home that afternoon, I went straight to my room and started researching Coldwater Cave. Most of the stuff was just the history we'd already heard about the speakeasy and the gangster who was killed there. But buried in this local history forum, I found a post from someone claiming to have worked as a tour guide at the cave in the 90s. They said female visitors would occasionally report being touched inappropriately in certain areas of the cave, especially near the storage room. The post said most staff dismissed these complaints as people's imaginations or other tourists accidentally bumping into them in the narrow passages. What really sent chills down my spine was when the former guide mentioned that in the 1920s, one of the bartenders was known for harassing female customers. According to local legend, he disappeared around the same time as the gangster who was found dead. Some people thought he might have been killed and hidden somewhere in the unmapped sections of the cave. It's been months since the field trip, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, but I can't explain what happened in that cave. The cold touch, the slap, the time gap, none of it makes sense. Jaden and I have talked about it a few times since then, but we've mostly stopped bringing it up because people think we're either making it up or exaggerating. Ms. Peterson overheard us once and suggested that water might have dripped on us from the ceiling or that we might have brushed against a particularly cold part of the cave wall. But that doesn't explain how it felt like fingers moving across my skin, or the slap, or why both of us experienced the same weird mental blankout. I've tried to convince myself that there's a rational explanation, maybe some kind of air current in the cave that feels like a touch. Maybe the darkness and the stories about the cave's history put ideas in my head. But deep down, I know what I felt was real. Something or someone touched me in that cave, and whatever it wasn't human. At least, not anymore. I still have nightmares about being back in that cave, alone this time, with those cold hands reaching for me from the darkness. I've refused to go on any more field trips this year. My parents think I'm just being difficult. But how do you explain to someone that you're afraid of being groped by a ghost? So that's my story. I don't know what happened at Coldwater Cave that day. I don't know if it was the spirit of that creepy bartender or something else entirely. All I know is that something was there with us in those dark passages, something that could touch us but couldn't be seen. And sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can feel that cold sensation on my neck again, just for a second. And I lie awake wondering if whatever was in that cave somehow followed me home. Story 6. I've always been a skeptic about the paranormal. Ghosts, spirits, demons. That was all just stuff for movies and campfire stories. But what happened in our apartment changed everything for me. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. My fiancée Lily and I moved into Pinewood Apartments last December. We were excited. It was our first place together, and even though it wasn't anything fancy, it felt like a fresh start. The apartment had this weird circular layout where you could walk from the bathroom to the bedroom, through the living room and kitchen, and back to the bathroom again. We thought it was quirky and kind of cool at first. It was barely a week after moving in when Lily first mentioned something weird. She woke me up in the middle of the night, shaking. Her face was pale, and she was breathing hard. "There was an old woman standing by the bed," she whispered. "She was just watching me." I checked the apartment, thinking maybe someone had broken in, but found nothing. I chalked it up to stress from the move and her adjusting to a new place. I held her until she fell back asleep. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Each time, Lily described the same thing. An elderly woman with long grey hair and what she called angry eyes would appear near our bed. Sometimes at the foot, sometimes by the closet, always staring, always with this look of hatred, according to Lily. "She's evil, Garrett," Lily told me one morning over coffee, dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. "I can feel it. She doesn't want us here." I still wasn't convinced. I suggested maybe it was sleep paralysis or something, but Lily kept insisting it was real. The woman never said anything, never approached her, just watched with those hateful eyes. Meanwhile, I slept like a baby. I didn't see anything, didn't feel anything. Our apartment seemed perfectly normal to me. After about 3 weeks of this, Lily was at her breaking point. She wasn't sleeping. She'd jump at the slightest sound. She'd refuse to go to the bathroom alone at night. I was getting worried about her, so when she suggested having her grandmother come over to bless the apartment, I agreed. I didn't believe in that stuff, but I figured it couldn't hurt. Lily's grandmother came over on a Sunday afternoon. She's this tiny Filipino woman who barely speaks English, but she took this blessing very seriously. She went through every room with holy water and prayers, placing small crosses in various corners. I stood back and watched, trying to be respectful, even though I felt a little silly about the whole thing. That night, something changed. Lily slept through the night for the first time in weeks, and the night after that, and the night after that. "She's gone," Lily said with relief. "I can't feel her anymore." I was happy for her, really. I figured whatever was causing her nightmares had passed, and we could finally get back to normal. But that's when things got weird for me. It started with small things. Dreams where I was being watched. Waking up in the middle of the night with my heart racing for no reason. The feeling someone was standing in the doorway when I knew Lily was asleep beside me. I didn't tell Lily. She was finally doing better, and I didn't want to freak her out again. Plus, I kept telling myself it was just suggestion. I was imagining things because of everything Lily had described. But the dreams got worse. I'd see this figure hovering near our bed. Not an old woman like Lily described, but something darker, something that seemed to shift and change when I tried to focus on it. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like someone had been sitting on my chest. About a month after the blessing, I was in the kitchen washing dishes while Lily was taking a shower. It was around 8 p.m., just an ordinary evening. I was up to my elbows in soapy water, scrubbing a pot, when something caught my eye. I glanced toward the bathroom door, which was partially open, and saw Lily standing there. She was just standing there, staring at the running water in the sink. Her hair was dry, and she was fully dressed in the outfit she'd been wearing earlier, jeans and her favorite blue sweater. "Hey, I thought you were in the shower," I said, turning back to the dishes. That's when I heard movement from our bedroom, and Lily's voice called out, "Garrett, have you seen my phone charger?" I froze. My hands went still in the soapy water. If Lily was in the bedroom, then who? I slowly turned back toward the bathroom. The figure was still there, but now it was facing me directly. It was Lily, but not Lily. It had her body, her clothes, her hair, but where her face should have been, there was just skin. Smooth, stretched skin with no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank expanse where Lily's face should be. But somehow I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it staring, even though it had no eyes. The pain hit me suddenly, a blinding white-hot headache that made me drop to my knees. The dish I'd been washing shattered on the floor. I heard Lily rushing from the bedroom, calling my name in panic, but it sounded far away, like she was calling from the end of a tunnel. My vision tunneled, and the last thing I saw before I blacked out was that thing. That not Lily, tilting its featureless head as if curious about my pain. When I came to, I was on the couch with Lily hovering over me, real worry on her very real face. She'd called 911 and paramedics were checking me over. They suggested it might have been a sudden migraine or possibly low blood pressure causing me to faint. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. I didn't tell Lily either, not right away. How do you tell someone you saw something wearing their skin? The paramedics left after determining I wasn't in immediate danger. Lily made me promise to see my doctor the next day. I agreed, mainly to calm her down. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the bathroom doorway, terrified I'd see that thing again. Lily slept peacefully beside me, unaware of what had happened. The next morning, I broke down and told her everything. I expected her to think I was crazy, but instead, her face went pale. "It's still here," she whispered. "It's just targeting you now." We talked about having her grandmother come back, maybe do another blessing. But something held me back. Some irrational fear that maybe the blessing was what caused it to shift its attention from Lily to me. What if another blessing just made it worse? So we tried to go on with our lives. Weeks passed without incident. I started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe it was just stress, or my imagination running wild after hearing Lily's stories. Fast forward to late March. I'd torn a muscle in my back at the gym. Stupid mistake, trying to lift more than I should have. The doctor gave me muscle relaxers and told me to take it easy. So I was home alone while Lily was at work. I was sitting on the couch, trying to find a comfortable position that didn't send shooting pain through my back. The TV remote was balanced on the armrest beside me. I remember that clearly because I was being careful not to knock it off when I shifted positions. I got up to get some water, moving slowly and carefully because of my back. I didn't touch the remote, just eased myself up and shuffled toward the kitchen. I was barely 5 steps away when something hit me hard right in the injured part of my back. The pain was immediate and intense. I cried out and spun around, looking for what had hit me. There, on the floor at my feet, was the TV remote. But it wasn't just that it had fallen. It had hit me with force, like someone had thrown it directly at my injury. There's no way it could have just fallen off the armrest and hit me like that. The trajectory was all wrong. It would have needed to travel at least 5 feet horizontally to hit me where it did. I stood there, frozen, staring at the remote on the floor. The apartment was completely silent except for my ragged breathing. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid but terrified at the same time. "Is someone here?" Nothing. I backed up until I hit the wall, my eyes scanning every corner of the living room. There was no one there, no one visible anyway. But I felt it. I felt someone watching me, the same presence from before. It knew I was hurt. It had deliberately targeted my injury. I grabbed my phone and keys and got the hell out of there. I spent the rest of the day at a coffee shop until Lily got off work. When she found me sitting in my car in the parking lot, I told her what happened. We spent that night at a hotel. I couldn't go back there, not then. Lily was understanding, but scared too. This thing, whatever it was, seemed to be escalating. We've been back in the apartment for about 2 weeks now. Lily suggested moving, but our lease isn't up until December, and we can't afford to break it. Plus, part of me is afraid this thing might follow us if we leave. We've been sleeping with the lights on. We've got crosses and other religious symbols all over the apartment now. Not just Lily's Catholic stuff, but also things from other religions. We're covering all our bases. But I still feel it sometimes. A heaviness in the air. A shadow, just at the edge of my vision. The feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Last night, I was in the shower and I swear I saw the curtain move, like someone was on the other side running their hand along it. But when I pulled it back, the bathroom was empty. This morning, I found the TV remote placed neatly on my pillow while Lily was making breakfast. I know I left it on the coffee table the night before. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this thing wants from us. Is it the old woman Lily saw? Is it something else that can take different forms? Why did it shift its focus from her to me after the blessing? I've tried researching online about entities that can mimic human appearance, but there's so much conflicting information. Some sites say ignore it and it will go away. Others say acknowledging it gives it power. Some say blessings help. Others say they just piss these things off. I'm stuck in this circular apartment with something that wants to hurt me, something that can look like my fiancé, something that seems to know exactly how to get to me. I've never believed in the supernatural before, but now I'm sleeping with the lights on and jumping at shadows. I catch myself checking Lily's face constantly, making sure it's really her. I'm terrified of seeing that blank, featureless skin again. We're thinking about having Lily's grandmother come back for another blessing. But what if it just makes things worse? What if next time it does more than throw a remote at me? I don't know how to fight something I can't see or understand. All I know is that every time I walk through our apartment, following that circular path from the bathroom to the bedroom, to the living room to the kitchen and back to the bathroom, I feel like I'm being followed. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a glimpse of something in the mirrors as I pass by, something wearing Lily's clothes but with no face. Story 7. Minjun and I had only been married for 4 months when we moved into Hanbit Apartments in Seongbuk-dong. It was a quiet neighborhood in Seoul, not too far from where we both worked. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a nice building, which should have been our first red flag, I guess. We were in apartment 1401, 14th floor, with a decent view of the hills. Nothing spectacular, but it felt like home. We had this morning routine where we'd wake up at 5:30 a.m. and go jogging together around the nearby park. Minjun was always more dedicated to fitness than me, but I enjoyed our time together before the workday chaos began. That morning, April 17th, started like any other. The weather was perfect, just slightly cool with cherry blossoms starting to bloom. I remember feeling happy, thinking about how lucky we were. About 20 minutes into our jog, we were passing by this little pond when Minjun suddenly stopped. I was a few steps ahead when I realized he wasn't beside me anymore. When I turned around, I saw him bowing slightly and smiling, the way Koreans typically greet someone they know. But there was nobody there, just empty space between the trees. "Annyeonghaseyo," he said politely, still smiling at nothing. I walked back to him, confused. "Who are you talking to?" He looked at me like I was the one acting strange. "The lady from 1301, he said, gesturing toward the empty path. "She's right here." I looked around, thinking maybe I'd missed someone, but there was absolutely no one there, just us and a few early morning birds. "Min, there's nobody there," I said, starting to get irritated. He'd never been the type to play pranks, especially not weird ones like this. "What do you mean? She's standing right here in her blue dress. She's from 1301. She just told me." He looked genuinely confused by my reaction. I felt a sudden chill despite the mild morning. "Stop it! This isn't funny!" "I'm not trying to be funny, Sora. Why are you acting like this?" We stood there arguing in the park for several minutes. He insisted there was a woman in a blue dress standing right beside us, and I insisted he was either messing with me or still half asleep. Eventually, I got so frustrated that I just started jogging back toward our apartment without him. I could hear him calling after me, but I was too upset to stop. By the time we both got back to the apartment, we weren't speaking to each other. This was our first real fight since getting married, and over something so bizarre. I showered quickly and got ready for work, slamming drawers and doors to make it clear I was still angry. Minjun tried to explain again, but I cut him off. "I don't know what game you're playing, but I don't have time for this," I snapped, grabbing my bag. "I'll be working late tonight." The last thing he said to me was, "Sora, I swear I'm not making this up. She was there." The look in his eyes was so earnest that for a split second I almost believed him. but I was too angry to think clearly, so I just left. I spent the whole day at work, distracted, replaying the morning's events in my head. Maybe he really did see something? Min-jun had never lied to me before. By mid-afternoon, I was feeling guilty for overreacting. I decided to leave work early and pick up ingredients for kimchi jjigae, Min-jun's favorite, as a peace offering. I stopped at the market near our apartment and bought fresh vegetables, tofu and pork belly. I remember checking the time, 4:45 p.m., and thinking I'd have plenty of time to prepare dinner before Min-jun got home at 6:30. When I arrived at our building, I noticed a few residents gathered in the lobby, whispering to each other. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just nodded politely and headed for the elevator. As I waited, an elderly woman I recognized from the 12th floor gave me a strange look. "You're from 1401, right?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, clutching my grocery bags. She opened her mouth as if to say something else, then shook her head and walked away. Looking back, I wish I had stopped her. I wish I had asked what she meant. When I got to our floor, I immediately noticed something was wrong. Our apartment door was slightly ajar. Min-jun was obsessive about security. He always double-checked the lock before leaving. I called out his name as I pushed the door open, thinking maybe he'd come home early too. The grocery bags hit the floor before I even realized I'd dropped them. Min-jun was lying face up in the middle of our living room. His eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling, but there was no life in them, no movement in his chest. I remember falling to my knees beside him, screaming his name, shaking him, but deep down I already knew. His skin was cold, not just cool, but unnaturally cold, like he'd been in a freezer. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle. His phone was on the coffee table, his laptop open on the couch. It looked like he'd just been sitting there, maybe working from home, when whatever happened, happened. I don't remember calling emergency services. I don't remember our neighbors coming in. The next few hours are just fragments in my memory. Police officers asking questions, paramedics confirming what I already knew, someone guiding me to a neighbor's apartment while they removed Min-jun's body. The official cause of death was cardiac arrest, sudden, unexplained cardiac arrest in a healthy 29-year-old man with no history of heart problems. The police found nothing suspicious in our apartment, no signs of forced entry, besides me finding the door ajar, which they attributed to me not remembering correctly in my shock. No evidence of foul play. I spent that night at our neighbor Mrs. Park's apartment. She was kind, bringing me tea I couldn't drink and blankets I couldn't feel. The next day, Mrs. Park helped me call Min-jun's parents. They arrived that evening and took over the funeral arrangements. Korean funerals happened quickly, and within 3 days we had said our final goodbyes to Min-jun. It was at the funeral that I first heard someone mention apartment 1301. I was sitting alone in a corner of the funeral hall when 2 elderly women from our building sat down nearby, not realizing I could hear them. "It happened again," one whispered, "just like with the Kim boy last year." "He must have seen her," the other replied. "The woman from 1301. My head snapped up at that. The woman from 1301. Exactly what Min-jun had said that morning. I moved closer to them, not caring if they thought I was being rude. "What did you just say about 1301? They looked startled, then exchanged worried glances. "Nothing, dear," the first woman said. "Just building gossip." "Please," I begged. "My husband mentioned a woman from 1301 the morning he died. I need to know what you're talking about." After some hesitation, they told me. Apartment 1301 didn't exist. Our building only had apartments numbered 01 to 12 on each floor. But over the past few years, several residents had reported encounters with a woman who claimed to be from 1301. In each case, the person died within 3 days of the encounter. I didn't believe them at first. It sounded like a ghost story, the kind of urban legend that spreads through apartment buildings. But then more people at the funeral came forward with similar stories. An elderly man from the 8th floor, a middle-aged woman from the 5th, all telling me about friends or family members who had mentioned meeting a woman from 1301 shortly before their unexplained deaths. After the funeral, I couldn't bear to return to our apartment. I stayed with Minjun's parents for a week, then moved back to my parents' home in Busan. But I couldn't stop thinking about the woman from 1301. If so many people had seen her, if there were so many deaths, why hadn't anyone investigated? I started making calls, first to the police, then to the building management, then to anyone who would listen. Most dismissed me as a grieving widow looking for answers where there were none. But a few residents from Hanbit Apartments joined my cause. Together we petitioned for an investigation into the deaths associated with the woman from 1301. The case was officially opened on May 10th and closed on May 12th. Lack of scientific evidence, the report said. No statistical anomaly in death rates compared to other buildings of similar size and demographics. But we knew better. We started digging into the history of the building ourselves. Hanbit Apartments had been built in 2015 by W Construction Company. The original plans had included a 13th floor, but it was removed from the final construction due to the superstition around the number 13. In Korea, the number 4 is considered unlucky because it sounds like the word for death. But the developers had apparently been more concerned with Western superstitions when designing the building. One of our group, an older man named Mr. Yoon, managed to track down a former employee of W Construction who had worked on the Hanbit project. What he told us made my blood run cold. During construction, a female worker had fallen from what would have been the 13th floor. The company covered it up, labeling it as an accident at another site, and rushed to complete the building without any delays or investigations. They removed the 13th floor from the plans after the incident, renumbering everything above it. We believe this woman is the one people have been seeing, the non-existent neighbor from 1301. But why some people can see her while others can't, why she appears to people during their morning routines, why those who see her die within 3 days, we still don't have answers to these questions. Our group eventually organized a protest against W Construction. We stood outside their headquarters with signs telling our stories, demanding acknowledgement and compensation. The company initially denied everything, but after local news picked up the story and more former residents came forward, they finally agreed to negotiations. In the end, W Construction bought out all the remaining residents of Hanbit Apartments. The building now stands empty, awaiting demolition. Since people moved out, there have been no more reports of encounters with the woman from 1301. No more unexplained deaths. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to Minjun. Why him? Why that day? Was it just bad luck that he saw her during our morning jog? Or was there some reason she chose him? Sometimes I wonder if I could have saved him somehow. If I had believed him that morning instead of getting angry, if I had come home earlier, if I had known about the woman from 1301 beforehand. But deep down, I know there was nothing I could have done. Everyone who sees her dies within 3 days. That seems to be the one constant in all these stories. I still have nightmares about finding Minjun on our living room floor. Still wake up reaching for him, only to remember he's gone. Still catch myself checking the time, thinking Minjun will be home soon. And sometimes, in the moments between sleep and waking, I think I see a woman in a blue dress standing at the foot of my bed, but I always close my eyes again quickly. I don't greet her. I don't acknowledge her presence. Because now I know some neighbors are best left ungreeted, some apartments are best left unvisited, and some buildings hold secrets that should stay buried with their foundations. If you're reading this and you ever hear someone mention apartment 1301 in a building that doesn't have a 13th floor, walk away. Don't look back. Don't acknowledge them. Because once you see her, the clock starts ticking. 3 days, that's all you get. I miss you, Minjun. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. Besichen. Story 8. We moved to this small house on the edge of a native reserve because it was all my parents could afford at the time. Dad had lost his job, and Mom was working double shifts just to keep food on the table. The house itself wasn't much. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that barely fit our small dining table, and a living room with these weird stains on the ceiling that no amount of paint could cover. But what made it truly unsettling was how isolated it was. Our nearest neighbors were about half a mile away, and behind our property was nothing but dense woods that seemed to swallow all light and sound. From the very first night, something felt off. I remember unpacking my stuffed animals in my new room and feeling like I was being watched. Not the typical kid afraid of the dark feeling. This was different, heavier, more intentional. I started developing these habits that, looking back, were clear signs of anxiety. I never sat with my back to a door. I always positioned myself near exits. I'd check under my bed multiple times before sleeping, and I started sleeping with the lights on. My parents thought it was just the stress of moving, but my older sister Priya felt it too. She was 14 then, and much braver than me, but even she started keeping a baseball bat beside her bed, just in case. The first major incident happened about 3 months after we moved in. Mum and Dad were fighting a lot back then. About money, about the house, about everything really. That particular day, I had stayed home from school with a fever. Mom had to work, so she gave me some medicine, set me up on the couch with blankets and the TV remote, and promised she'd check on me during her lunch break. I must have dozed off because when I woke up, the TV was playing some game show I didn't recognize. I felt this weird pressure on the couch, like someone had sat down next to me. Without turning my head, I said, "Mom, is it lunchtime already?" No response. The pressure on the couch remained, so I turned, expecting to see my mother. There was nobody there, but the couch cushion was clearly depressed, as if someone was sitting on it. I reached out and touched the indentation. It was ice cold. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that someone, or something, was sitting there watching me. I've never moved so fast in my life. I ran straight outside and stayed on our front step until my sister came home from school 2 hours later. I didn't tell my parents because they were already stressed enough, and I figured they'd just say I was imagining things. But the incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more frightening. Our financial situation got worse instead of better. Dad couldn't hold down a job for more than a few months. Mom developed health problems that drained what little savings we had. They fought constantly, sometimes so loudly that I'd hide in my closet with my hands over my ears. The house itself seemed to feed off our misery. Lights would flicker even after we changed the bulbs. Doors would slam shut on perfectly still days. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. The air would suddenly turn freezing cold in certain spots, like walking through invisible ice patches. One night when I was about 10, Priya was studying late for a test. Her room was across the hall from mine, and I was trying to sleep but couldn't because of the light from her room. Suddenly, I heard her let out this strangled sort of gasp. I peeked out my door and saw her standing frozen in her doorway, staring down the hallway towards the living room. "What's wrong?" I whispered. She just pointed, her hand shaking. Rolling down the hallway was a small yellow ball with a smiley face painted on it. None of us owned anything like that. It rolled to a stop right in the middle of the hallway, and then, I swear on everything I hold dear, dozens of cockroaches started pouring out from under it, scattering in every direction. Priya grabbed my arm and pulled me into her room, slamming the door shut. We pushed her dresser against it and huddled together on her bed. That's when we saw it, a shadow moving under the door. Not like someone walking past with a light behind them. This shadow seemed to seep in like black liquid, forming the vague shape of a person before retreating again. We spent the night in Priya's room with the lights on, not daring to open the door until morning. When we finally did, there was no ball, no cockroaches, nothing. Our parents didn't believe us. Things would disappear constantly, then reappear in places we'd already checked multiple times. Dad's reading glasses once vanished while he was in the shower. We tore the house apart looking for them, checked every drawer, shelf, counter, couch cushion. The next morning, there they were, sitting in plain sight on the bookshelf in the living room, a shelf we had emptied completely during our search. My mum, who grew up in South India, started becoming increasingly paranoid about a figure known in her culture as Kudu Gu Dupru Karan, a wandering fortune teller or mystic who's believed to sometimes carry malevolent energy. About a year into living in that house, one of these men appeared in our area. He wore tattered clothes, carried a small drum, and would go door to door offering to tell fortunes or perform small rituals for money. The first time he came to our door, my mom grabbed me and Priya and hurried us into the bathroom, locking the door and sitting with her back against it until he left. When Dad came home and she told him about it, he laughed it off as superstition. But I saw the fear in my mother's eyes. She kept muttering prayers under her breath for days afterward. Then the man started showing up more frequently, but only when my dad wasn't home. He'd stand at our door, knocking persistently, sometimes for 10 or 15 minutes straight. My mum would make us hide every time, never answering. Once, I peeked through the window blinds and saw him staring directly at me, as if he knew exactly where I was looking from. His eyes were so empty, like looking into nothing at all. About 4 years into living there, when I was 11, the man stopped coming. We thought we were finally free of him until something even more disturbing started happening. Late at night, we'd hear someone outside our house speaking in a language none of us recognized. Not even my mom, who speaks 4 Indian languages. The voice would recite what sounded like the same phrases over and over, sometimes for hours. One night, Dad had enough. He grabbed a flashlight and his old cricket bat and went outside to confront whoever was doing it. I watched from my window as the beam of his flashlight swept across our yard, illuminating nothing. The chanting stopped the moment he stepped outside, but as soon as he turned to come back in, it started again, closer this time, almost like it was right behind him. Dad spun around, swinging wildly with the bat, but there was nobody there. After that night, the chanting became more frequent, sometimes happening in broad daylight. We'd all hear it, but whenever we looked for the source, we found nothing. Priya had it worst. Around when she turned 16, she started having these recurring nightmares about a yogi, a holy man with long, matted hair and ash-covered skin, sitting on her chest while she slept. She'd wake up gasping for breath, saying he was chanting in her ear and she couldn't move or breathe. It got so bad that she started sleeping in my parents' room on a mattress on the floor. I developed my own nightmares too. In mine, I was always trying to leave the house, but the more doorways I went through, the more I found myself going deeper into rooms that shouldn't exist. In the final room, there was always a figure sitting in the corner with its back to me. I never saw its face, and I always woke up just as it started to turn around. When I was 13, my dad finally landed a stable job in a city about 3 hours away. It paid enough that we could afford to move, and we did, practically overnight. We didn't even wait to sell the old house. My parents just abandoned it and dealt with the financial fallout later. The strange thing is, the moment we left that property, everything changed. Not gradually, but instantly. The constant feeling of dread that had been my companion for 6 years lifted like a physical weight off my shoulders. My parents stopped fighting. Dad kept his job. Mum's health improved. Priya's nightmares stopped completely. My anxiety eased enough that I could sleep with my back to the door again. It was like whatever had attached itself to us remained with that house. I've done some research since then, trying to make sense of what we experienced. I learned that the land our house was built on had been part of disputed territory between 2 indigenous tribes. People locally said that portion of land had always been considered spiritually significant. Not a burial ground exactly, but a place where rituals were performed. I'm 25 now, and I still can't explain what happened during those 6 years. Was it a haunting, a curse, mass hysteria fueled by stress and financial hardship? All I know is that it was real to us, and whatever it was, it stayed behind when we left. Sometimes I think about the family that might be living in that house now. I wonder if they feel it too, that constant oppressive sense of being watched. If they check under their beds before sleeping, if they've seen the yellow ball rolling down their hallway or heard the chanting outside their windows at night. I wonder if they've met the Kudu Gudupru Karan yet, with his empty eyes and persistent knocking. I've never been back, and I never will. Some places feel wrong because they are wrong, and that house was one of them. To this day, I can't sleep with the closet door open, and the sound of knocking after dark still makes my heart race. Because for 6 years, something was living with us that wasn't human. And the most terrifying part is that I'll never know exactly what it was or why it chose us. Story 9. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night at Aksu station, and I keep seeing her whenever I close my eyes. I'm writing this down, hoping it might help me process what happened, because I honestly don't know what to make of it anymore. I'm a second-year student at Yonsei University, and that night I had been studying at the library until it closed. It was finals week, and I was completely burned out from cramming for my economics exam. By the time I packed up my stuff, it was almost midnight. I debated whether to just grab a taxi, but I'm on a tight budget this semester, so I decided to catch the last train on Orange Line 3. The walk to Aksu station was quiet. It had rained earlier, and the streets were still wet, reflecting the neon signs from the closed shops. Seoul never truly sleeps, but that area gets pretty deserted late at night. I remember checking my phone, 11:43 p.m., and calculating if I'd make the last train at 12:10. When I got to the station, it was almost empty. There were maybe 3 other people scattered around, all looking half asleep and staring at their phones. I tapped my T-Money card and headed down to the platform, scrolling through Instagram to pass the time. That's when I first noticed her. She was standing about 30 feet away from me, near the edge of the platform. At first glance, she looked like any other late-night commuter. Black coat, long hair. But something felt off about the way she was moving. She wasn't just standing there waiting. She was swaying slightly, making these small, jerky movements with her head. I figured she was drunk. It was a weeknight, but you know how it is in Seoul. Someone's always out drinking with co-workers or friends. I tried not to stare, but then she started doing this dance. It wasn't like normal dancing. Her movements were stiff and uncoordinated, like she was being pulled by strings. Her hair was covering most of her face, but what I could see looked pale and expressionless. The digital sign showed 8 minutes until the last train. The platform was even emptier now, just me, the dancing woman, and one old man dozing on a bench far behind us. I don't know what compelled me to take out my phone and snap a picture. Maybe it was because the whole scene felt surreal, or maybe I just wanted to show my roommate why I was getting home so late. The flash was off, so I didn't think she'd notice. I uploaded the photo to this forum I follow. It's for weird stuff you see in Seoul, kind of a local curiosity thing. I captioned it, "Drunk woman dancing on the Orange Line platform at Aksu. Hope she doesn't fall. Last train coming in 7 minutes." Within seconds, comments started flooding in. "That's creepy. Is she alone? Take a video. Which exit are you near? I'm morbidly curious now." I replied that I was near exit 3, and that's when things got weirder. The woman suddenly changed her movements. Instead of swaying randomly, she began doing this rhythmic shuffle, getting closer to the yellow safety line with each step. My phone kept buzzing with notifications. Someone commented, "Dude, get closer and take another pic. I swear something looks off about her." I hesitated, but eventually took a few steps toward her, pretending to check the arrival board. From this new angle, I could see more of her face through her tangled hair. Her eyes were wide open but unfocused, and her mouth was slightly open. She wasn't smiling or frowning, just blank. I quickly snapped another photo and posted it. The reactions came fast. "Nope. Get away from her now." "Wait. Is she bleeding?" "That's not a drunk person. My grandmother used to say spirits dance like that when they're trying to take someone with them." I looked up from my phone, and that's when I saw it. She was bleeding. There was a dark streak running down from her hairline to her cheek. I hadn't noticed her hit anything, but there was definitely blood trickling down her face now. My heart started racing. The train was still 5 minutes away according to the board, but it felt like time was stretching. I posted another update. "Guys, she's bleeding from her head now. I didn't see her hit anything. Should I ask if she's okay?" The forum exploded. "Don't approach her. This is giving me serious Yashui station vibes. Can anyone else at Aksu confirm this?" "I'm calling bullshit. Post a video. Those movements aren't natural. My cousin works for the subway, and they have stories about spirits at the end of service hours." I was getting freaked out, but I also felt frozen in place. The woman's dance had become more frantic. She would take 3 steps toward the edge, then 2 back, then 4 forward, like some twisted game. Her bleeding seemed to be getting worse, but she didn't react to it at all. The blood was now dripping onto her coat. 5 feet away from me, a middle-aged woman who had just arrived on the platform saw the dancing woman and immediately turned around, hurrying back up the stairs. That's when I knew I wasn't just imagining things. I decided to record a short video. My hands were shaking so bad that the footage came out blurry, but I posted it anyway with the caption, "This isn't normal. The bleeding is getting worse. Train comes in 4 minutes." As soon as I posted it, the comment section went crazy. "There's someone behind her. Do you not see that? Look at her hair. It looks like someone is pulling her hair from behind. Get out of there now." I looked up again, squinting at the woman. At first, I didn't see anything unusual besides her increasingly erratic movements and the blood, but then I noticed her hair. It was moving against the airflow from the tunnel. The station air conditioning was pushing air outward, but strands of her hair were being pulled backward, as if someone was gently tugging at them from behind. But there was nobody behind her, just the empty platform and the tracks beyond. My throat went dry. The arrival board now showed 3 minutes until the train. I took a step back, wondering if I should just leave and find a taxi. Forum updates be damned. That's when the woman suddenly stopped dancing. She went completely still for about 10 seconds. Then, slowly, she turned her head toward me. I still couldn't see her face clearly through the matted hair and blood, but I felt her eyes lock with mine. My entire body went cold. I managed to take one more photo, my finger automatically pressing the button while my brain screamed at me to run. I posted it with trembling hands. "She's looking at me now. I think I need to leave." The forum responses turned urgent. "Get out now. Don't look at her eyes. That's not blood on her face. Zoom in." I didn't have time to zoom in or read more responses because at that moment, the station lights flickered. Just once, a quick dimming and brightening that lasted maybe half a second. When the light stabilized, the woman was gone. Not like she had walked away or fallen onto the tracks. She was just gone. Vanished between one blink and the next. My legs nearly gave out. I spun around, scanning the entire platform, but there was no sign of her. Just me and the old man, who was still somehow sleeping through all of this. The arrival board showed 2 minutes until the train. I posted a frantic update. "She's gone. She just disappeared when the lights flickered. I'm not making this up." The forum went wild with theories and demands for more information, but I couldn't focus on any of it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I kept looking around, expecting to see her reappear behind me or next to me. When the train finally arrived, I practically leaped inside, choosing the most crowded car, even though it only had 4 other people in it. I sat directly across from a security camera, feeling like I needed to be seen, to be among normal people and working technology. I didn't post any more updates during the ride home. I was too shaken, constantly checking over my shoulder and jumping at every announcement over the train speakers. When I finally reached my stop, I ran all the way to my apartment building and double-locked my door. My roommate was asleep, so I didn't wake him. I just sat on my bed with the lights on until morning, refreshing the forum and news sites, trying to make sense of what had happened. The next morning, the top news story made my blood freeze. There had been a double suicide at Yashui Station, 2 stops away from Aksu, just after midnight. A man and a woman, apparently strangers to each other, had jumped onto the track simultaneously as the last train approached. The article mentioned that security footage showed both victims had been behaving erratically before jumping, and that they had both been bleeding from head wounds that couldn't be explained. I immediately checked the forum, but my entire thread from the night before was gone, deleted. Every post, every comment, every photo vanished. I messaged the admin, who claimed there had never been any thread about Aksu Station posted by my account, but my phone still had the photos. When I opened my gallery to look at them, what I saw made me drop my phone. In the first picture, the woman was just a blurry figure. In the second, you could see the blood. But in the last photo, the one I took when she was looking at me, there was something else visible in the background. A hand. A pale, greyish hand emerging from the darkness of the tunnel, its long fingers tangled in the woman's hair. I deleted the photos immediately and tried to convince myself I was just overtired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw. In the following days, I noticed fewer people at Aksu Station in the evenings. I overheard conversations about the dancing ghost and the disappearing woman. Some students at my university mentioned taking longer routes to avoid Orange Line 3 after dark. It's been 3 weeks now. I've taken taxis or buses everywhere since that night, no matter the cost. I can't bring myself to set foot in Aksu Station again. Sometimes I think about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I saw a bleeding woman who disappeared into thin air? That her photos vanished from the internet but showed something pulling her hair from the tunnel? The strangest part is that I can't stop thinking about her eyes in that final moment before she vanished. I didn't mention this earlier because I've been trying to forget it, but when she looked at me, her eyes weren't angry or sad or even empty. They were pleading, like she was begging me for help. I don't know what happened at Aksu Station that night. I don't know if what I saw was connected to the suicides at Yashui. All I know is that something impossible happened, and I can't explain it. Every time I close my eyes, I see her dancing, blood running down her face, hair moving against the airflow. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel something gently tugging at my hair. Story 10. I've been debating whether or not to share this for weeks now. Every time I try to type it out, my hands start shaking so bad I have to stop. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. I moved to Matsumoto about 8 months ago for work. I'm originally from Osaka, but I got a decent job offer at a tech company here and figured a change of scenery would do me good. Matsumoto is beautiful, surrounded by mountains, old architecture, much quieter than what I was used to. The first few months went by without incident. I settled into a small apartment about 20 minutes walking distance from my office, made a few work friends, and established a routine. One thing I noticed pretty quickly was how the locals would sometimes talk in hushed tones about the Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman. At first, I thought it was just one of those local legends every small town has. People would occasionally warn newcomers not to walk alone at night, especially during winter when it gets dark early. My co-worker Tanaka-san told me several versions of the story during lunch breaks. I just laughed it off. I'd heard similar urban legends growing up, and honestly, I thought it was kind of charming that people still believed in these old ghost stories. That was until last Tuesday. I had to stay late at work to finish a project. It wasn't anything unusual. I've pulled late nights plenty of times before. By the time I left the office, it was already past 11 p.m. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I remember pulling my jacket tighter around myself as I walked down the empty streets toward my apartment. Matsumoto gets eerily quiet at night. The streets empty out, shops close early, and you can go blocks without seeing another person. Usually I don't mind it. It's a refreshing change from the constant noise of Osaka. But that night, something felt different. The air felt heavy somehow, like something was pressing down on the entire town. I decided to take a shortcut through a narrow street lined with traditional buildings. The street lamps there are spaced pretty far apart, creating these pockets of darkness between circles of yellowish light. I remember checking my phone. It was 11:23 p.m. and thinking about what I'd make for dinner when I got home. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. Probably just another person walking home late. But when I slowed down, the footsteps slowed too. When I sped up, they matched my pace. My chest tightened, but I told myself not to be paranoid. I'm a 28-year-old man, not some scared kid. I decided to turn around casually, as if I'd forgotten something, to get a look at whoever was following me. That's when I saw her. About 10 meters behind me stood a woman under one of the street lamps. She was tall, unusually tall for a Japanese woman, with long, straight black hair that hung down past her shoulders. She wore a beige trench coat that reached almost to her ankles, and her face was partially covered by a white surgical mask. Not uncommon in Japan, especially during winter. What made me freeze was her eyes. Even from that distance, I could see they were fixed directly on me, unblinking and intense. I gave a small nod of acknowledgement, the way you do when passing a stranger at night, and turned to continue walking. But something made me stop. Maybe it was the way she stood so perfectly still, or how the light from the street lamp cast strange shadows across her face. Whatever it was, alarm bells were going off in my head. Then she started walking toward me. Her movements were fluid, but somehow wrong, like each step was too precise, too measured. As she got closer, I noticed other details. Her skin was unnaturally pale, almost porcelain-like. Her hands hung at her sides, long fingers extended. She stopped about 2 meters away from me, close enough that I could see her eyes clearly, dark and glassy, reflecting the street lamplight like polished stones. "Am I beautiful?" she asked softly. The question hit me like a bucket of ice water. Every story Tanaka-san had told me came flooding back. According to legend, the Kuchisake Onna approaches people at night and asks this exact question. If you say no, she kills you on the spot. If you say yes, she removes her mask to reveal her horribly slit mouth, extending from ear to ear, and asks, "How about now?" No matter what you answer next, you end up dead. I stood there, frozen in place. My rational mind was screaming that this had to be a prank, someone who knew the legend trying to scare me, but nothing about her felt human. The way she stood so perfectly still, barely seeming to breathe, the unnatural stillness of her eyes, the cold that seemed to radiate from her, making the air around us drop several degrees. "Am I beautiful?" she repeated, her voice slightly more insistent. I remembered something else Tanaka-san had mentioned, not part of the traditional legend, but something his grandmother had told him. He said if you ever encountered the Kuchisake Onna, you should give an ambiguous answer to confuse her or throw candies at her to distract her while you escape. I didn't have any candy, but I did have my wits, barely. My mouth was so dry I could hardly speak, but I managed to force out words. "You look average." She tilted her head slightly, like a curious bird. The movement was too quick, too angular to be natural. For what felt like an eternity, she just stared at me. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, feel sweat freezing on the back of my neck despite the cold. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I noticed her fingers twitching at her sides, long nails catching the light. "Average?" she finally said, the word coming out like she was testing it, unsure of its meaning. I nodded, my whole body trembling but trying not to show it. "Yes, just average. Neither beautiful nor ugly, just normal." Another long, excruciating silence followed. I was certain she would lunge at me any second or pull down her mask to reveal the horror underneath. I kept my eyes fixed on hers, afraid that looking away might trigger her somehow. Then, without warning, she simply turned around. Not the way a person would turn. It was too smooth, too continuous, like she pivoted on a central axis. She started walking away, back toward the street lamp where I'd first seen her. I remained frozen in place, afraid that running might draw her attention again. She moved at that same measured pace until she reached the edge of the circle of light cast by the street lamp. Then she just vanished. One step she was there, the next she was gone, as if she'd stepped through an invisible doorway. The streetlight flickered 3 times and then stabilized. I don't remember running home. One moment I was standing there, staring at the empty space where she'd disappeared, and the next I was fumbling with my keys at my apartment door, gasping for breath, my legs burning from exertion. I spent that night with all the lights on, huddled in the corner of my bedroom, jumping at every sound. I called in sick to work the next day, unable to bring myself to go outside. When I finally did venture out to get food, I took the longest, most well-lit route possible, constantly looking over my shoulder. It's been a week now. I've told a few people at work what happened, framing it as a weird encounter with a strange woman, leaving out my suspicions about who or what she really was. Most laughed it off. Tanaka-san didn't. He went pale when I described her and the question she asked. He made me promise to never walk home alone again and gave me a small pouch of salt to carry with me, just in case. Here's the thing that keeps me up at night. 2 days after my encounter, a local news report mentioned that a university student had been found dead in Matsumoto, his face horribly mutilated. The police are treating it as a random act of violence, but the location where they found him was less than a kilometer from where I met the woman. I can't help but wonder if he encountered her too. And if he did, what did he answer when she asked if she was beautiful? I've been researching the Kuchisake Onna legend obsessively since that night. Different regions have different versions of how to escape her. Some say you should throw candies or money to distract her. Others suggest answering her question with another question, or telling her you have an appointment and can't talk. The average response isn't mentioned in most accounts, but apparently it worked, at least for me. I'm planning to move back to Osaka as soon as my lease is up. I don't care about breaking my work contract. No job is worth this constant fear, the feeling that she might be waiting for me around any corner. Every night when I walk home, always with a colleague now, I scan every street lamp, every shadowy corner. I keep candies in my pocket and take the longest, most populated routes possible. I've started wearing a small omamori charm my mother sent me years ago that I'd never bothered to use before. But even with these precautions, I can't shake the feeling that our encounter isn't over, that maybe she let me go that night not because I confused her, but because she's saving me for later. When I least expect it, I'll turn a corner and there she'll be, mask already removed, asking her second question. How about now? I don't know what I'll say then. I don't think there's any right answer. If you live in or visit Matsumoto, or any small Japanese town really, please be careful walking alone at night. If a tall woman with a surgical mask asks if she's beautiful, don't run. That will only make her angry. Don't say yes or no. Say she's average, or throw something to distract her, or tell her you're busy and late for an appointment. And whatever you do, don't look back when you walk away. I have this terrible feeling that if you look back, she'll be right behind you, mask already removed, mouth stretched into that horrible smile that extends from ear to ear. I don't know if what I encountered was really the Kuchisake-onna, or just some disturbed person who knows the legend. I don't know if I escaped because of quick thinking or just dumb luck. All I know is that I can't close my eyes without seeing her standing under that street lamp, her unnaturally still body, those dead eyes fixed on me, asking that terrible question. Yesterday, I was in a convenience store and saw a tall woman with long black hair at the end of an aisle. My heart nearly stopped until she turned around and I saw her face clearly, just a normal woman, annoyed that I was staring at her. I apologized and hurried out, but it made me realize something. Even if I leave Matsumoto, I'll be looking for her everywhere I go. In every tall woman with a surgical mask, in every shadowy figure standing under a street lamp, in every reflection in my window at night. Maybe that's the real curse of the Kuchisake-onna. Not that she kills you, but that once you've seen her, you never stop seeing her. And you never stop wondering when she'll come back to finish what she started. Story 11. I've never shared this before. It's been almost 29 years, but I still get this cold, sick feeling in my stomach whenever I pass by where the Sampung department store used to stand in Seoul. My son is 34 now, married with his own kids, but sometimes I still look at him and wonder about what happened that day. It was June 29th, 1995. I remember it was hot, that sticky, suffocating Korean summer heat that makes you want to escape to anywhere with air conditioning. My son Minho was 5 years old then, and I'd promised to take him shopping for new clothes, since he'd outgrown everything seemingly overnight. Sampung was the place to go, this massive, gleaming 5-story building in the Seocho district. It was considered high-end, one of those places where you felt a little special just walking through the doors. We arrived around 1 p.m. I remember checking my watch because I wanted to be home before rush hour traffic got bad. The store was busy but not packed. Lots of mothers with children, business people on lunch breaks, the usual Thursday afternoon crowd. The air conditioning hit us as soon as we walked in, and that first moment of relief from the heat is still vivid in my memory. Minho had been excited on the bus ride over. He kept talking about what toys he wanted to look at after we finished shopping for clothes. But as soon as we stepped inside, something changed. He became quiet, which wasn't like him at all. I figured he was just overwhelmed by the size of the place, or tired from the heat. We went up to the children's clothing section on the 3rd floor. I was browsing through a rack of shirts when I noticed Minho wasn't next to me anymore. I panicked for a second before spotting him standing completely still about 10 feet away, staring up at the ceiling. "Minho-ya, what are you looking at?" I asked, going over to him. He didn't answer right away. When he finally looked at me, his expression was strange. Not scared exactly, but serious in a way that 5-year-olds rarely are. "Mom, we need to leave," he said quietly. I laughed it off. "We just got here. Don't you want to look at toys after we find you some new shirts?" But he shook his head firmly. "No, we need to go now." I was annoyed, to be honest. We'd come all this way, and now he was being difficult. I thought maybe he was hungry, so I promised we'd get ice cream at the food court on the 5th floor after shopping. That usually worked, but not this time. He started pulling on my hand. "Please, Mom. Please, can we go home?" People were starting to look at us. I was embarrassed and frustrated. "Minho, stop it. Tell me what's wrong." "The ceiling is making noises," he whispered, "and that man is putting ropes on everyone." I looked around, confused. "What man? What ropes?" But Minho wouldn't explain. He just kept tugging at my hand, getting more insistent. His eyes kept darting around the store, following something I couldn't see. I noticed his little hand was trembling in mine. I tried reasoning with him, even promised to buy him that robot toy he'd been asking for weeks. But he started crying silently, tears streaming down his face while he kept pulling me toward the escalators. It wasn't a tantrum. I'd seen plenty of those. This was different. He seemed genuinely terrified. Then I heard it. A faint cracking sound from somewhere above us. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if Minho hadn't made me pay attention. A few other shoppers looked up too, then shrugged it off and continued browsing. Something about that sound and the look on my son's face made me uneasy. I decided we could come back another day. It wasn't worth forcing him to stay if he was this upset. We'd only been there for about 20 minutes when I finally gave in. "Fine, we'll go home," I said, "but you need to tell me what's bothering you when we get outside." The relief on his face was immediate. He practically dragged me to the escalators. As we were going down, I noticed a few store employees looking concerned, pointing at some cracks near a support column. One was on a walkie-talkie, looking tense. It struck me as odd, but I was more focused on getting Minho out of there since he was practically shaking by then. The main floor was crowded with shoppers coming and going. I remember noticing how normal everything seemed. People carrying shopping bags, checking their watches, completely unaware of whatever had spooked my son so badly. As we pushed through the glass doors into the hot afternoon air, I felt Minho's grip on my hand loosen slightly. His breathing, which had been rapid and shallow inside, began to slow. We walked several blocks before catching a bus home. Minho sat silently next to the window, his small face serious as he watched the buildings pass by. I asked him again what had scared him, but he just shook his head and said, "I didn't like it there." I figured he was tired or coming down with something and decided not to push it. We got home around 2:30 p.m. I made him a snack, and he seemed to return to his normal self, playing with his toys in the living room while I started preparing dinner. I turned on the TV for background noise as I chopped vegetables. I'll never forget the moment I heard the news broadcaster's voice change. It was about 5:50 p.m. I looked up from the kitchen counter to see footage of dust and chaos. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. A massive cloud of dust, people running, emergency vehicles with flashing lights. Then the reporter said the words that froze my blood. "Sampung department store has collapsed." I dropped the knife I was holding. It clattered against the floor tiles, but I barely heard it. I stood there, paralyzed, watching footage of the building we had been in just hours earlier, reduced to concrete and steel and dust. They were saying the entire south wing had pancaked down, floor upon floor, collapsing onto each other. "Minho-ya," I called out, my voice shaking. "Come here." He walked into the kitchen, still holding a toy car in his hand. When he saw the TV, he didn't look surprised or scared. He just stared at the screen with that same serious expression he'd had in the store. "Mom, I told you to leave quickly," he said quietly. My skin prickled. "Minho, how did you know? How did you know we needed to leave?" He looked at me with eyes that suddenly seemed much older than 5. "Everyone in the department store was tied around the neck with black ropes by a man wearing black clothes." I felt dizzy suddenly, gripping the counter to stay upright. "What man? Who was he?" Minho shrugged. He was tall. I couldn't see his face. He was putting ropes on everyone except us. "Why not us?" I whispered. "I don't know." But he looked at me. That's when I heard the ceiling making noise. I turned back to the TV, where they were reporting the first estimated casualties. Hundreds feared trapped or dead. The building had completely collapsed at 5:57 p.m. just minutes ago. If we had stayed... I couldn't sleep that night. I kept the TV on, watching the rescue efforts, the crying families gathered around the perimeter, the body counts rising. Part of me felt guilty for escaping whatever fate might have befallen us. The other part couldn't stop thinking about what Minho had said about the man in black, with ropes. The next morning, they reported that there had been warning signs throughout the day. The building had been making cracking noises. They'd actually evacuated some executives hours before the collapse, but kept the store open for shoppers. They'd known something was wrong and did nothing to save those people. In the days that followed, we learned more. The fifth floor had originally been designed as a roller skating rink, but the owners had changed it to a food court with heavy air conditioning units that the building wasn't designed to support. They'd cut corners, moved support columns to create more space, ignored basic safety regulations. All for profit, the final death toll was 502 people. 502. I sometimes find myself counting that number over and over. We could have been among them. We should have been among them. But somehow my 5-year-old son saw something I couldn't see and saved our lives. I took Minho to a child psychologist a few weeks later. I told the doctor my son had predicted the collapse, but I didn't mention the man with the black ropes. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy or making it up. The psychologist suggested that Minho might have subconsciously processed environmental cues, the cracking sounds, the concerned employees, and that his imagination had created the man in black as a way to process danger his conscious mind couldn't articulate. That explanation made sense. I wanted it to make sense, but it didn't explain why he was afraid the moment we entered, before we'd heard any cracking or seen any employees looking concerned. A year after the collapse, they built a memorial for the victims. I took Minho there once. He stood very still, looking at the names. Then he tugged on my sleeve. "The man with the ropes isn't here anymore," he said, "but the people with the ropes still don't know they have them." I never took him back there again. He stopped mentioning the man or the ropes as he got older. When he was about 12, I asked if he remembered that day at Sampung. He said he remembered being scared and wanting to leave, but the details had faded. I was relieved, but I never forgot. I've spent years reading about the disaster, about similar cases where children seemed to sense something adults couldn't. I've read about the Sampung CEO who served only 7 years in prison for those 502 deaths. 7 years. Less than a week for each life he took. I've heard the stories people tell about the site. A man who saw people with Sampung shopping bags waiting at a bus stop years after the store was gone. A woman who swears she can hear music playing from the empty lot at night. Sometimes I wonder if those aren't just stories. If maybe those 502 souls are still there, tied with ropes they can't see. Still shopping, still unaware that their lives ended due to someone's greed. I don't know why we were spared that day. I don't know what my son saw that I couldn't. But every June 29th, I light a candle for the people who didn't have a child, who could see the man in black. And I still catch myself avoiding buildings with cracks in the ceiling, always listening for that faint cracking sound that means something is about to come crashing down. Story 12. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff. Growing up in a Christian household, I was taught that God protects us from evil, and I guess I just never questioned it. That changed last summer when I temporarily moved back in with my grandmother and 2 aunts in Riverdale after my apartment lease ended. I needed a place to stay for a few weeks until my new place was ready, and they were happy to have me. Their home was exactly as I remembered from childhood, warm, comfortable, and filled with the scent of my grandmother's cooking. Since all the bedrooms were occupied, I slept on the living room couch. It wasn't ideal, but it was comfortable enough. The couch faced the front door, and there was this old lamp on an end table right above where I laid my head. My aunt's Shih Tzu, Benji, usually slept on the floor right next to me. He was a sweet little dog who barely made a peep most days. Everything was completely normal for the first week and a half. I'd sleep on the couch, wake up around 6 a.m. when my aunts were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and start my day. My grandmother would usually be in her rocking chair reading scripture by then. It was a peaceful routine. But what happened that Tuesday morning? I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I woke up around 4:30 a.m. It was still dark outside, and the house was completely silent. This was unusual, because my aunts typically got up around 5 a.m. to start cooking breakfast and prepare for the day. I remember checking my phone to confirm the time and thinking I should try to get more sleep before everyone else woke up. I wasn't fully awake, but I wasn't exactly asleep either. I was in that weird in-between state where your body feels heavy, but your mind is starting to become alert. Benji was still asleep on the floor beside the couch, breathing softly. I remember hearing the tick of the old grandfather clock in the dining room and the occasional creak of the house settling. I had my eyes closed, trying to drift back to sleep when I felt... I don't know how to describe it exactly. It was like a change in the air pressure of the room. Something just felt off. I opened my eyes, thinking maybe one of my aunts had gotten up early. That's when I saw them. Standing in front of the front door were 3 women. They were just there, standing perfectly still, facing me. Each of them wore these long, puffy black dresses that looked old-fashioned, like something from the Victorian era or something. The dresses reached the floor and had high necklines. Their hair was pulled back tightly, and they each held something at chest level, though I couldn't make out what it was. Maybe books or boxes. It was too dark to tell. But their faces... God, their faces. They were staring directly at me with these expressions of pure anger or hatred. Their eyes were fixed on me, unblinking. I couldn't make out many details in the dim light, but their faces seemed unnaturally pale against their dark clothing. The moment I saw them, my entire body went cold. It wasn't fear at first. It was more like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. Who were these women? How did they get inside? Why were they standing there silently? And then the fear hit me like a truck. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed. All I could think to do was close my eyes. It was this instinctive reaction, like when you're a kid and think if you can't see the monster, it can't see you. The moment I shut my eyes, Benji started howling. Not barking like he would at a stranger, but this long, mournful howl that I'd never heard him make before. It was the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl, like he was seeing something that terrified him. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, too afraid to open them. Benji continued howling for what must have been 2 minutes, though it felt so much longer. The sound he made was so unnatural and distressed that it only confirmed something was seriously wrong. In my head, I started reciting the Lord's Prayer over and over. Our Father, who art in heaven. It was something my grandmother had taught me to do when I was scared as a child. I didn't consciously decide to pray. The words just started flowing through my mind automatically. I repeated it silently over and over, clinging to each word like a lifeline. I stayed like that, eyes closed, mentally reciting the prayer for what felt like an eternity, but was probably about 20 minutes. My entire body was rigid with fear. I was afraid to move even a finger. Benji eventually stopped howling, but I could hear him whimpering softly beside the couch. After a while, I started hearing familiar sounds from elsewhere in the house, a bed creaking, footsteps in the hallway, a door opening. Normal morning sounds that indicated my family was waking up. I heard one of my aunts yawn as she walked toward the kitchen. I waited until I could hear her filling the coffee pot with water before I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes. My aunt called out a good morning to me, apparently noticing I was awake from the kitchen doorway. When I looked toward the front door, there was nothing there. No women in black dresses, no one staring at me with hatred. Just the front door, locked and secure as it had been when we all went to bed the previous night. I sat up, my shirt soaked with cold sweat. Benji was now fully alert, sitting on the floor and staring intently at the exact spot where I had seen the 3 women. His ears were perked up, and he seemed tense, but he wasn't howling anymore. "Did you sleep well?" my aunt called from the kitchen. I managed to mumble something in response, but I couldn't take my eyes off the empty space by the door. How could I explain what I'd seen? Would they think I was crazy or that I'd had a nightmare? I got up and checked the front door. It was locked from the inside with both the doorknob lock and the deadbolt. The chain was also in place. There was no way anyone could have come in or out without unlocking it from our side. The windows were all closed and locked too. Throughout that day, I kept playing the scene over and over in my head. Who were those women? Why were they looking at me with such anger? What were they holding? And most importantly, were they actually there? Or was I experiencing some kind of sleep paralysis or half dream? But Benji's reaction was what convinced me it wasn't just in my head. That dog saw something too. He never howled like that before or since. Animals can sense things we can't, right? I spent another 2 weeks in that house before moving to my new place, and nothing strange happened again. I slept on the same couch, in the same position, but the women never returned. I didn't tell my grandmother or aunts about what happened. They're deeply religious women who would either have been terrified or would have wanted to hold a prayer circle or something in the living room. Or worse, they might have thought I was making it up or had dreamed it. The thing is, I spent my entire childhood in that house. I visited regularly as an adult. I never experienced anything unusual or supernatural there before that night or since. The house never felt haunted or creepy. It was always a place of comfort and safety. I've tried researching the history of the house and the land it's built on. I've looked into the previous owners, wondering if 3 women might have died there or had some connection to the property. I've found nothing that explains what I saw. Sometimes I wonder if I was meant to see them, if they were trying to communicate something to me specifically. The way they stared at me with such intensity, it didn't feel random. It felt directed, purposeful. But what was the purpose? What did they want from me? It's been almost a year now, and I still think about those women several times a week. I've started keeping a small light on when I sleep in my new place. I can't stand the thought of waking up in complete darkness anymore. The image of those 3 women in their black dresses, their eyes fixed on me, their hands holding something at chest level, it's burned into my memory. Sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I see them standing there, and my heart starts racing all over again. I don't know if they were ghosts or demons, or just a hallucination. I don't know why they appeared to me that specific night and never again. I don't know why Benji reacted the way he did, but I know what I saw, and I know it was real. Whatever or whoever those 3 women were, they changed something in me. I no longer dismiss people's stories of supernatural encounters. I no longer feel completely safe in the dark, and I no longer doubt that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that exist beyond our understanding. I just wish I knew why they came to me that dawn, and what they wanted. I have a feeling I'll never know, and that's almost scarier than the encounter itself. Story 13. I've been putting off writing this for a while now. It's not easy to admit the choices I made that night, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone will believe me, maybe no one will. I don't really care anymore. This happened about 3 years ago when I was at my absolute lowest. I'd just lost my job at the marketing firm where I'd been working since graduation. My girlfriend of 4 years had broken up with me a month earlier, saying she couldn't see a future with someone so unmotivated. My landlord was threatening eviction because I was 2 months behind on rent. I was drowning in student loans. Everything was falling apart. I live in Singapore, and anyone from here knows about Geylang. For those who don't, it's this area that's famous for 2 things: amazing food and the red light district. I'd been to Geylang plenty of times for the food stalls, but I'd always avoided the shadier parts. I was raised in a pretty conservative family, and even though I'm not religious, some of those values stuck with me. That day started with my final paycheck, which was pathetically small after deductions. I spent hours applying for jobs online without a single response. By evening, I was so sick of staring at rejection that I just needed to get out. I told myself I'd go grab some food at one of the hawker centers, maybe have a beer, clear my head. It was around 9 p.m. when I got off the MRT at Al Junaid station. The air was thick with humidity, typical Singapore weather. The main streets of Geylang were alive with their usual chaos. Food vendors calling out to passers-by, the smell of frying noodles and durian, groups of tourists looking slightly uncomfortable but curious. I found a place selling char kway teow and ordered a plate along with a tiger beer. Sitting there alone, watching people laugh and talk around me, I felt this overwhelming sense of failure. I was 27 years old with nothing to show for it. No job, no relationship, barely a place to live. I ordered another beer, then another. By midnight, I was definitely tipsy, not completely drunk, but definitely not thinking straight. I paid my bill and started walking with no real destination. Maybe it was the alcohol, maybe it was just being tired of always doing the right thing. But I found myself drifting toward the Lorongs, the numbered side streets where the brothels operate. Lorong 18 was lined with budget hotels with their pink and red lights. Women stood outside some of the buildings, making eye contact with passing men. I'd always avoided these areas before, but that night, something pulled me forward. I felt like I deserved something, anything, that might make me feel better for even just an hour. As I was walking down the street, feeling completely out of place, I noticed someone watching me from a narrow alley between two buildings. At first, I just caught movement in my peripheral vision, just a shadow, really. When I turned to look directly, I saw a woman standing about 10 meters into the alley. She was wearing a dark blue dress that seemed to shimmer slightly under the distant streetlights. What caught my attention was how she seemed different from the other women on the main street. She wasn't calling out or trying to get customers. She just stood there, looking directly at me. She raised her hand slightly, beckoning with just her index finger. I should have walked away. Everything in me should have said, "This is sketchy as hell." But instead I felt drawn to her. I remember thinking she was surprisingly elegant looking, with long black hair that fell past her shoulders. Her face was partially hidden in shadow, but what I could see looked beautiful in a very traditional Chinese way. I walked toward her, and she smiled. As I got closer, she turned and started walking deeper into the alley. I followed. The sounds of the main street quickly faded as we took several turns. The buildings crowded in overhead until only a thin strip of night sky was visible. The humidity seemed to increase the further we went, making it hard to breathe. "Where are we going?" I finally asked. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet alley. She stopped and turned. Now I could see her face clearly. She was beautiful, but there was something off about her eyes. They seemed too dark, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. She spoke softly in Mandarin. I understand a little, but not enough to get what she was saying. "I don't understand," I told her. "Do you speak English?" She switched to English with a heavy accent. "One night, $1,000. I nearly choked. That was way more than the going rate in Geylang. It was also most of what I had left in my bank account. I should have laughed and walked away. Instead, I found myself nodding. "Okay," I said. She smiled again and continued walking. We came to an old building that looked like it had once been a shop house. The paint was peeling, and the windows were covered with metal shutters. She pulled out a key and opened a door that I hadn't even noticed at first. It blended with the wall, painted the same faded green. Inside was a narrow staircase that smelled of mold and something else, like incense, but bitter. We climbed to the second floor, and she unlocked another door. The room we entered was small, with minimal furniture, just a bed with red sheets, a small table with an electric kettle, and a door that I assumed led to a bathroom. The thing I noticed immediately was how cold it was. Singapore is always hot and humid, even at night, but this room felt like it had air conditioning on full blast. I could see my breath forming little clouds when I exhaled. "It's freezing in here," I said, rubbing my arms. "You will be warm soon," she replied, closing the door behind us. There was no lock that I could see, which made me nervous. She moved to the table and poured water from the kettle into 2 small cups. Tea first. Tradition. I took the cup she offered. The liquid was dark and smelled strange, like wet earth and old flowers. I pretended to sip it, but didn't actually drink any. She watched me with those dark eyes until I put the cup down. "Payment now," she said, holding out her hand. I hesitated, then pulled out my wallet. I had about $800 in cash, my final paycheck that I'd just cashed. I was going to use it for rent, but at that moment, I didn't care. I handed it to her. "Not enough," she said, counting it quickly. "It's all I have," I told her. "I can get more tomorrow." She considered this for a moment, then nodded. "For now, it is okay." She put the money in a small wooden box on the table, then moved closer to me. Up close, her skin looked too perfect, almost like porcelain. When she touched my face, her fingers were ice cold. "You are sad," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yeah," I admitted. "Life's not great right now." "I make you forget sadness," she promised. She leaned in to kiss me, and her lips were as cold as her fingers. Despite the chill, there was something intoxicating about her touch. My head started feeling fuzzy, like I'd had way more to drink than just 3 beers. She guided me to the bed, and I sat down heavily, feeling increasingly dizzy. The room seemed to shift around me, the walls breathing slightly. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision. "What was in that tea?" I asked, though I hadn't actually drunk any. She didn't answer, just pushed me gently so I was lying down. The ceiling above the bed had a strange water stain that seemed to be spreading as I watched. The red sheets felt damp against my back, like they'd been left out in the rain. That's when I heard it. A low, mournful sound coming from somewhere outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but there's rarely wind in Singapore's stifling climate. The sound grew louder, becoming a distinct wailing. It reminded me of the Hungry Ghost Festival, when people believe the gates of hell open and spirits roam the earth. "What's that noise?" I asked, trying to sit up. She placed a hand on my chest, keeping me down with surprising strength. "Just wind. Ignore." But it wasn't wind. The wailing had words now, though in a language I didn't understand. It sounded ancient and full of grief. The temperature in the room dropped even further. My breath was coming out in thick clouds now. The woman straddled me, her face hovering above mine. But something was changing. Her features seemed to be shifting, becoming less distinct, like a photograph slowly being erased. "What's happening?" I tried to push her off, but my arms felt impossibly heavy. That's when I felt it, a presence in the room with us, something watching from the corner. I turned my head, and in the shadows I saw a figure taking shape. At first, it was just a darker patch of darkness, but then it began to solidify. It was another woman, but not like any I'd ever seen. Her face was contorted in an expression of such profound anguish that looking at her made my chest hurt. Her eyes were hollow black pits, her mouth open in a silent scream. She wore old-fashioned clothes, something from maybe the 1940s or 50s. The edges of her form weren't solid. They seemed to dissolve into the shadows around her. The woman on top of me turned to look at the apparition, and as she did, her face changed. The beautiful features melted away, revealing something ancient and inhuman underneath. Her skin turned ashen grey. Her eyes sank into her skull, and her mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was paralyzed, pinned to the bed not just by her weight, but by a crushing terror that made it impossible to move. The ghostly woman in the corner drifted closer, her feet not quite touching the floor. She spoke, her voice sounding like it was coming from underwater and very far away. "You have trespassed," she said in accented English. "This ground is sacred. This building is mine." The creature on top of me, because I couldn't think of her as a woman anymore, hissed something in response, in a language that sounded like breaking glass. The ghost raised her hand, and the creature shrieked. It rolled off me, collapsing onto the floor where it seemed to melt into the shadows, disappearing completely. Now it was just me and the ghost. I still couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. She drifted closer until her face was directly above mine. Cold tears fell from her empty eyes, landing on my cheeks like ice. "You must pay the price," she whispered. "What price?" I finally managed to gasp. "For disturbing my rest, for following her here, for your desires." Her voice was getting louder, the room growing colder. The walls seemed to be closing in. This was my home. They killed me here, they buried me beneath the floor. Now it is my prison. I could feel myself starting to black out, whether from fear or something supernatural, I don't know. The last thing I remember clearly is her reaching toward my chest, her hand passing through my skin like it wasn't even there. I felt something cold wrap around my heart, squeezing. "A piece of you stays with me," she whispered, "so I am not alone." I must have fainted then, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in the alley outside the building. It was dawn, the sky just starting to lighten. I was lying in a puddle of stagnant water, my clothes soaked through. My wallet was gone, along with my phone and watch. I stumbled to my feet, my head pounding, my chest aching like I'd been punched. The door to the building was gone, just a solid wall where I was certain there had been an entrance the night before. I managed to find my way back to the main street, which was already coming alive with morning vendors setting up their stalls. A taxi driver took pity on me and let me use his phone to call a friend who came and paid for my ride home. For weeks afterward, I tried to convince myself it had been a drug-induced hallucination. Maybe the woman had slipped something into that tea and I had actually drunk it without remembering. Maybe she'd robbed me and dumped me in the alley. But I know that's not what happened. Because ever since that night, I've been different. There's a cold spot in my chest that never warms up, no matter how hot the day is. Sometimes at night, I wake up to the sound of distant wailing, though when I check, my apartment is silent. And sometimes, in mirrors or windows, I catch a glimpse of someone standing behind me, a woman in old-fashioned clothes, with eyes full of infinite sadness. When I turn around, there's never anyone there. I never went back to Geylang after that night. I found a new job, moved to a different part of Singapore. I tried therapy, tried medication, tried everything to forget what happened. Nothing works. Whatever that ghost took from me, I'm never getting it back. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if a part of me is still in that room, trapped with her for eternity. Story 14. Listen, I never thought I'd actually share this. It's been over 20 years, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've tried explaining it to friends, but they either think I'm exaggerating or just making it up. I swear on everything I care about that what I'm about to tell you happened exactly as I remember it. This happened back in 2001, during my sophomore year of college. I was 19, living at home to save money while attending the local university. Our house on Merrick Street wasn't anything special, just an old two-story place built in the 1930s that my parents had bought when I was about 5. By that point, I'd lived there for almost 15 years, so I knew every creak, groan, and settling noise that old house made. It was a Tuesday in October, unusually warm for that time of year. I remember because I'd worn shorts to my morning class and was sweating on the walk home. I had about 3 hours before my shift at the video store started at 5 p.m. My mum was at work until 6, Dad was on a business trip to Cincinnati, and my younger brother Justin had football practice until around 5:30. It was rare for me to have the house completely to myself, and honestly, I was looking forward to it. I got home around 2 p.m., dropped my backpack in the kitchen, and grabbed a Coke from the fridge. I needed to do laundry. I was down to my last clean shirt for work, and my uniform pants were sitting dirty in my hamper. So I gathered my clothes and headed down to the basement. Our basement wasn't finished, just concrete floors, exposed beams, and those old wooden stairs that creaked like hell. The washer and dryer sat against the back wall, under this tiny window that barely let in any light. I dumped my clothes in, added detergent, and started the cycle. While waiting for it to fill, I was just standing there sipping my Coke, thinking about this paper I had due in my philosophy class. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Upstairs. Not outside, not on the first floor, but definitely on the second floor where our bedrooms were. At first I thought maybe I was hearing things. The washing machine was making its usual noise, and old houses make weird sounds all the time, right? But no, these were unmistakably footsteps. Someone walking with this slow, dragging gait across my parents' bedroom floor. I figured maybe Justin had skipped practice or something, so I yelled up, "Hello, Justin? That you?" No answer, just the continued sound of those footsteps, now moving toward what sounded like my brother's room at the end of the hall. I wasn't exactly scared yet, just confused. The footsteps were heavy, like someone wearing boots. My dad walks like that, with this distinctive heavy heel first step that makes the floorboards protest. But Dad was in Cincinnati. I'd talked to him that morning before he left. I shut off the washing machine to listen better. The house went quiet for maybe 5 seconds. Then the footsteps started again, slower now, more deliberate. Whoever it was, they were in the upstairs hallway now, moving toward the stairs. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. "Who's there?" Nothing, no response, but the footsteps didn't stop. Instead, they reached the top of the staircase that led down to the first floor. Then I heard it. The first step on the stairs creaked exactly the way it always did when someone started down. It had this particular whine that I'd know anywhere. Then the second step, which had this lower-pitched groan. Then the third. Whoever was up there was coming down the stairs, one deliberate step at a time. My heart started beating faster. Something wasn't right. If it was someone I knew, why weren't they answering me? If it was an intruder, why were they moving so casually, not trying to hide their presence? I stood at the bottom of the basement stairs, looking up through the open doorway to the first floor. From where I was, I couldn't see the main staircase, just the hallway that led to it. I waited, listening as each step on the main staircase announced the steady descent of something. Then the footsteps reached the bottom. Now they were on the first floor, on the hardwood of our main hallway. The sound changed from creaking wood to the distinctive hollow tapping of someone walking on old hardwood floors. And they were moving toward the basement door, toward me. "Who the hell is there?" I yelled, my voice cracking slightly. I was starting to get seriously freaked out. "Answer me!" The footsteps paused for a moment as if whoever or whatever was making them had stopped to listen. Then they resumed, getting closer to the basement doorway. I considered running up the stairs to confront whoever it was, but something kept me rooted in place. Some instinct told me to stay exactly where I was. The footsteps reached the top of the basement stairs. I could hear them clearly, directly above me now, at the top of the staircase I was staring up at. But there was nobody there. I was looking right at the empty doorway and the first few stairs, and there was absolutely nothing visible. Yet the sound of a foot pressing down on the top step was unmistakable. It made that specific creak I'd heard thousands of times. I couldn't move. My body went cold, and I just stood there, clutching my soda can so hard I dented it, watching as invisible footsteps started descending the basement stairs toward me. Step, creak, step, creak. I counted each one in my head, matching the sound to the stair it corresponded with. We had 14 steps leading to the basement. The 7th step always creaked twice. Once when you put your weight on it, and again when you took it off. I heard both creaks as the invisible presence reached that step. I kept waiting for something to appear, a person, a shadow, anything. But there was nothing. Just those footsteps coming down the stairs one by one. When whatever it was reached the last step, this weird handmade box step my dad had added years ago because the original staircase was too short, I heard the distinct hollow thud it always made. That sound was so familiar, so normal in any other circumstance, but at that moment it made my skin crawl. Then the footsteps were on the concrete basement floor, heading directly toward me. I backed up against the washing machine. My breath was coming in quick, shallow gasps, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my temples. The temperature seemed to drop, and I remember seeing my breath cloud in front of me for just a moment. The footsteps crossed the basement floor, not rushing, just that same measured pace. Thud, 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 coming straight at me. I couldn't speak, I couldn't scream. I just stood there, eyes wide, watching nothing approach me. The footsteps stopped about 3 feet in front of where I was standing, close enough that if it had been a person, I could have reached out and touched them. I was completely cornered between the washing machine and the wall. I waited for something to happen, for something to appear, for a voice, for a touch, for anything, but there was just silence. The cold, heavy silence of the basement and the sound of my own panicked breathing. I don't know how long I stood there, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. My legs were shaking so badly I thought I might collapse. I kept staring at the empty space in front of me, half expecting something to materialize. Then the heating system kicked on with a mechanical groan that nearly made me jump out of my skin. The moment that happened, whatever presence I'd felt seemed to dissipate. The cold spot in front of me warmed, and somehow I just knew that whatever had been there was gone. I didn't move for another minute or two. When I finally did, I bolted up those basement stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. I didn't stop until I was outside on the front lawn, gulping down air like I'd been drowning. I sat on the curb for almost an hour, too scared to go back inside, but feeling stupid sitting out there in broad daylight. Eventually, I forced myself to go back in. I still needed my work clothes, and I couldn't just leave the house unlocked. I grabbed my phone from my backpack and called my friend Mike. I kept him on the line while I went back downstairs. Just having another human voice in my ear made me feel slightly less terrified. The basement seemed normal again, just our crappy old basement with the washing machine now sitting silent since I'd turned it off earlier. I grabbed my wet clothes, threw them in the dryer, and got the hell out of there. I left for work an hour early and just sat in the parking lot, trying to calm down and convince myself there was some logical explanation. When I got home that night, my mom and brother were there, and everything seemed perfectly normal. I tried to casually ask if anything weird had ever happened in the house. Mum just gave me a strange look and asked if I'd been watching horror movies again. I never told them exactly what happened. Over the next few weeks, I found myself listening for those footsteps every time I was home alone. I never heard them again, but I also never felt completely comfortable in that basement afterward. I started doing my laundry when other people were home, making up excuses about needing to use the dryer at specific times. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was the house settling in some weird pattern. Maybe it was a neighbor walking around next door and sound traveling strangely. Maybe I was overtired and my mind was playing tricks on me. But I know what I heard. Those weren't random noises or my imagination. Those were deliberate footsteps moving through my house. Footsteps that sounded exactly like a person walking, but with nothing visible making them. After I graduated and moved out, I asked my parents if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. My dad just shrugged it off, but my mum hesitated just long enough before saying no that I wonder if she was holding something back. They sold the house a few years later when they downsized. Sometimes I'm tempted to look up the new owners and ask if they've heard anything, but what would I even say? Hey, ever hear invisible footsteps walking around your house and coming down to the basement? They'd think I was crazy. I don't know what was in our house that day. I don't know if it was trying to communicate or just going about some eternal routine. I don't know if it was something that had always been there or something that was just passing through. All I know is that 20 years later, I still get chills when I'm alone in a quiet house and hear an unexpected sound. And I still can't bring myself to do laundry in a basement when no one else is home. Story 15. I don't know if I should be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been dealing with this for years now, and it's still hard for me to talk about. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. Maybe someone here has gone through something similar or can help me make sense of what happened. It all started when I was around 10 years old. I was at daycare after school, and some of the older kids were trading scary stories in the corner of the playroom. I wasn't supposed to be listening, but you know how it is when you're a kid. Anything forbidden immediately becomes 10 times more interesting. This one boy, I think his name was Marcus, was telling a story about his cousin who had seen a black figure in their hallway late at night. According to Marcus, his cousin had gotten up to use the bathroom and seen this thing standing there. It was completely black, like a shadow, but somehow solid, with these bright white eyes that seemed to glow in the dark. The cousin had followed it into the bathroom, and a week later their grandmother died unexpectedly. I know it sounds stupid now, but that story got stuck in my head. I couldn't shake it. Every night after that, going to the bathroom became this whole ordeal. I'd hold it as long as I could, and when I finally couldn't anymore, I'd run down the hallway with my eyes half closed, terrified I'd see that black figure with the white eyes. We lived in the projects at the time, this run-down apartment complex, where the walls were thin enough that you could hear your neighbors arguing at night. My sister and I shared a bedroom with these metal bunk beds. I had the top bunk, which I usually loved because it made me feel safe, like nothing could reach me up there. But then the sleep paralysis started. The first time it happened, I woke up in the middle of the night. I couldn't have been asleep for more than a few hours. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. My body felt heavy, like someone had piled blankets on top of me, except it wasn't just my chest. It was my arms, my legs, even my head. I tried to move, to sit up, but nothing happened. I was completely frozen, and then I saw it, the black figure from the story, standing at the foot of my bed. It was tall, its head almost touching our ceiling, and completely black, like a hole in reality. The only features I could make out were those eyes, stark white, no pupils, just staring at me. Not moving, not doing anything, just watching. I tried to scream for my mum, my dad, even my sister sleeping below me, but my mouth wouldn't open. My vocal cords wouldn't work. I was trapped in my own body, forced to stare back at this thing until eventually I must have fallen back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I convinced myself it had just been a nightmare. I didn't tell anyone, not my parents, not my sister, nobody. What was I supposed to say? That I saw the monster from Marcus's story in our bedroom? They'd think I was making it up for attention, but it happened again and again. Sometimes it was just the black figure standing there, watching. Other times it would be closer to my bed, or I'd feel like it was sitting on my chest. Each time, I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. The worst episode happened about a month after the first one. I woke up in the middle of the night, same as before. That immediate feeling of wrongness, the heaviness in my limbs, the inability to move. But this time, I didn't see the black figure. Instead, there was an old woman clinging to the foot of my bunk bed. She didn't look like anyone I knew. Her face was wrinkled, her hair thin and grey, and she was wearing this faded nightgown that seemed to float around her even though there was no breeze in our bedroom. Her fingers, long and bony, were gripping the metal frame of my bed so tightly that her knuckles were white. I tried to scream again, to call for help, but nothing came out. And then, in one sudden movement, she was on top of me, not beside me, not sitting on the edge of my bed, directly on my chest. She weighed a ton, like a concrete block pressing down on me. I couldn't breathe. My lungs burned from the effort of trying to suck in air. The old woman's face was inches from mine, her eyes cloudy and grey, like she had cataracts, staring directly into mine. I swear I could smell her breath, this sickly sweet odour that reminded me of the time our refrigerator broke and all the food inside rotted. I was convinced I was going to die. The pressure on my chest was so intense, and I still couldn't move, couldn't call for help. Black spots started appearing in my vision, and I remember thinking, this is it. This is how I'm going to go. And then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. The pressure lifted, and I gasped for air, my lungs burning as I finally managed to breathe. I still couldn't move for what felt like forever, but eventually the paralysis broke and I curled up into a ball, shaking and crying silently so I wouldn't wake my sister. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, afraid to close my eyes in case the old woman came back. The next day at school, I was a mess. I could barely stay awake, and my teacher had to call my mum to come pick me up early because I kept nodding off in class. My mum thought I was coming down with something and let me stay home the following day. I didn't tell her what had really happened. How could I? She'd either think I was making it up or worse, that something was seriously wrong with me. The final episode in that house was the strangest. I went to bed like normal, exhausted from a day of trying to stay awake in class. I don't remember falling asleep, but suddenly I was awake again, and it was dark. The familiar heaviness was there, the inability to move, but this time I could hear my parents talking in the living room. Their voices were muffled, like they were speaking through a wall, which technically they were, but I could make out bits and pieces of their conversation. Something about bills, about maybe having to move, about my dad's job, normal parent stuff. But what wasn't normal was that I could hear all this and still not move. I tried calling out to them. They were right there, just down the hall, but my voice wouldn't work. I tried thrashing around, making noise somehow, but my body refused to cooperate. Eventually, I must have fallen back asleep, because the next thing I remember is my mom shaking me awake, telling me I needed to get up for dinner. Dinner, not breakfast. Dinner. According to my parents, I'd slept for almost an entire day. My mom had checked on me in the morning, but since I'd been sent home sick the day before, she decided to let me rest. It wasn't until the afternoon, when I still hadn't gotten up, that she started to worry. The thing is, I don't remember any of that. I don't remember my mom checking on me, don't remember sleeping through the entire day. The last thing I remember is hearing my parents talking and not being able to move. A few months after that incident, we moved. My dad got a better job, and we could finally afford to leave the projects. We moved into this small but nice house in a suburban neighborhood about 20 minutes away. My sister and I still shared a room, but we got new beds, regular twin beds, not bunks. For a while, everything was fine. The sleep paralysis episodes stopped, and I started to convince myself that maybe it had all been in my head. Maybe it was just stress from living in a bad neighborhood. Or maybe I'd been sick with something that made me hallucinate. Whatever the explanation, I was just glad it was over. Until it wasn't. I was 14, home alone one Saturday afternoon. My parents had taken my sister to her friend's birthday party, and I'd opted to stay home because I was in the middle of this intense Xbox game. I was sitting on the floor of my bedroom, controller in hand, completely focused on the screen, when something moved in my peripheral vision. I glanced towards my open bedroom door, just in time to see a little girl run past. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, with dark hair in pigtails and a red dress. She ran past my door and towards my sister's room, which was just down the hall. My first thought was that my parents had come home early and brought one of my sister's friends with them. I paused my game and got up, calling out, "Hello?" No one answered. I walked down the hall to my sister's room, expecting to find the little girl inside, maybe playing with my sister's toys or something. But when I got there, the door was closed. I know it had been open earlier. My sister always left her door open when she wasn't home. I reached for the doorknob, but something stopped me. This feeling of dread washed over me. Like if I opened that door, something terrible would be waiting on the other side. Not the little girl I'd seen, but something else, something worse. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I went back to my room, closed the door, and unpaused my game, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, but I couldn't focus on the game anymore. I kept glancing at my door, half expecting to see the little girl standing there. When my parents and sister finally came home, I casually asked if anyone else had been in the house while they were gone. My dad looked at me like I was crazy and said no, they'd locked up when they left, and the house had been empty except for me. I checked my sister's room later, looking for any sign that someone had been in there, disturbed toys, opened drawers, anything. But everything was exactly as she'd left it. I never saw the little girl again, but sometimes, when I'm home alone, I'll hear footsteps running down the hall or a door closing when there's no one else around to close it. The sleep paralysis has mostly stopped, but I still get episodes occasionally. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, completely frozen, unable to move or speak. I don't see the black figure or the old woman anymore, but the paralysis itself is terrifying enough. I've developed this method of dealing with it. I focus all my energy on moving just one finger, then my hand, then my arm, until I can finally jerk my whole body and break free from the paralysis. It works, most of the time, but there are still nights when I'm trapped for what feels like hours, silently screaming for help that never comes. I've tried researching sleep paralysis, tried to find scientific explanations for what I experienced. The rational part of my brain knows it's probably just a sleep disorder, maybe combined with an overactive imagination. But there's this other part of me, this part that remembers the weight of the old woman on my chest, the smell of her breath, the way the little girl's pigtails bounced as she ran past my door. This part of me isn't convinced. Because here's the thing, if it was just sleep paralysis, how do I explain seeing the little girl when I was wide awake? How do I explain hearing my parents talking when they insist they weren't home? How do I explain sleeping for an entire day without any memory of it? I don't know if what I experienced was supernatural, or if there's a logical explanation for all of it. All I know is that it happened to me, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still find myself staring at my bedroom door, half expecting to see that black figure with the white eyes standing there, watching me. I still don't like using the bathroom at night. I still sleep with a nightlight, even though I'm way too old for that now. And I still can't shake the feeling that whatever I saw all those years ago is still out there somewhere, waiting. I just hope it doesn't find me again. Story 16. I've never been the type of person who believes in ghosts. In fact, I've always been a solid skeptic when it comes to anything paranormal. Science explains most things, right? That's what I've told myself for years. But something happened at my grandparents' house last summer that I still can't explain, no matter how much I try to reason it away. My name's James, and I was staying at my grandparents' old house in Millfield for a couple weeks during my summer break from college. Their home is this classic two-story place built sometime in the 1930s, with a wraparound porch and those creaky wooden floors you'd expect in an older home. The neighborhood is super quiet, the kind where most people are in bed by 10 p.m. and you barely hear a car drive by after dark. I'd been there about 4 days, and everything was completely normal. I was sleeping in the guest bedroom on the first floor, which has these 2 tall windows that face out toward the front porch. The room has always been comfortable enough, despite the ancient mattress that sinks a bit in the middle. My grandparents keep the house pretty much the same as it's been for decades. Floral wallpaper, old family photos everywhere, furniture that's probably worth something to collectors now. That night I went to bed around midnight after watching some videos on my laptop. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but then woke up suddenly at exactly 2:34 a.m. I remember checking my phone and seeing the time, feeling weirdly alert, like I hadn't been sleeping at all. There wasn't any noise that woke me up. No car outside, no thunderstorm, nothing like that. I just woke up completely. I laid there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling and trying to will myself back to sleep. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the front porch. Slow, measured footsteps. Step, pause, like someone was taking a casual stroll in no hurry whatsoever. At first I figured it was just my grandpa. He sometimes has trouble sleeping and walks around the house. But these steps were definitely coming from outside, from the porch that runs right past my window. The sound was unmistakable, that hollow wooden sound of someone walking on old porch boards. Anyone who's been on an old wooden porch knows exactly what I'm talking about. I sat up in bed and listened more carefully. The footsteps continued at the same steady pace. Step, pause, step, pause. They weren't sneaky or trying to be quiet, just regular walking like whoever it was had every right to be there. That's what was weird about it. Not frantic or creeping, just normal walking. At 2:30, something in the morning, I started to get a bit concerned. My grandparents live in a safe area, but still, someone walking around on their porch in the middle of the night isn't exactly normal. I decided to look out the window to see who it was. I slid out of bed and moved to the window on the right. The front porch is partially illuminated by a street lamp across the road, so there's always this yellowish glow that makes it possible to see out there, even in the middle of the night. I pushed the curtain aside just enough to peek out without being obvious. Nothing. The porch was completely empty, but the footsteps continued. I moved to the other window for a better angle, thinking maybe they were in a blind spot. Still nothing, just the empty porch, the railing, the old wicker chair my grandma keeps out there. The wooden boards that I knew someone was walking on. I could hear it clear as day. Step, pause, step, pause. I started to get goosebumps. I'm not easily spooked, but hearing something so distinctly while seeing absolutely nothing will mess with your head. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was still half asleep and imagining things. But the sound was real, too specific, too consistent to be my imagination. The footsteps moved slowly down the length of the porch, past my window toward the far end. Then they stopped. I waited for a minute, wondering if whoever it was had gone around to the side of the house. But then, after about 30 seconds of silence, they started again. This time, coming back in my direction. I felt frozen in place. I couldn't see anyone, but something was definitely making those sounds. I considered waking up my grandparents, but what would I say? Hey, I hear invisible footsteps? I'd sound crazy. So I just stood there watching and listening as the invisible walker made their way back and forth across the porch. There was something almost routine about it, like they were pacing, waiting for something, or someone. After about 20 minutes of this, the footsteps finally stopped. I waited at the window for another 5 minutes, but there was nothing, just the occasional sounds of the house settling and the distant hum of a neighbor's air conditioner. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just laid there trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was an animal, but what animal walks that steadily, that human-like? A raccoon or possum would scurry. This was the distinct rhythm of human footsteps. Maybe it was the wood expanding or contracting with temperature changes, but that wouldn't create such a clear walking pattern. When morning finally came, I was exhausted from lack of sleep and still puzzled by what I'd heard. I went to the kitchen where my grandmother was making breakfast. My grandfather was out in the garden as usual. I didn't want to sound dramatic, so I casually mentioned it while pouring myself some coffee. "Hey, Grandma, I think I heard someone walking on the front porch last night, around 2:30 or so." I expected her to be concerned or surprised. Instead, she paused what she was doing and looked at me with this expression I'll never forget. Not scared, not worried, just a look of quiet recognition. "You probably heard her," she said simply, turning back to the stove. "Her?" The casualness of her response took me completely off guard. "What do you mean, her?" I asked, sitting down at the kitchen table. Grandma set a plate of eggs in front of me and then sat down across from me. "People who stay in that room often hear footsteps on the porch at night. Sometimes they see her too, just a figure standing at the far end. She doesn't bother anyone." I stared at my grandmother, trying to process what she was saying. My pragmatic, no-nonsense grandmother, who I'd never heard talk about anything supernatural before, was calmly telling me about what sounded like a ghost, as if she was discussing the weather. "How long has this been happening?" I asked, my fork suspended halfway to my mouth. "As long as I can remember," she said. "Your grandfather's parents mentioned it when we first moved in back in the 70s. They said it was nothing to worry about. And you believe it's, what, a ghost?" I felt strange even saying the word out loud. Grandma shrugged. "I believe it's someone who lived here before. Someone who still feels connected to this place." She took a sip of her tea. "Some nights I hear her walking, usually around the same time you did. Sometimes she'll walk for hours." "Aren't you scared?" I couldn't comprehend how casually she was talking about this. "Why would I be? She's never done anything harmful. She just walks." Grandma looked out the window toward the porch. "I think she's just checking on things, making sure everything's all right." I spent the rest of the day feeling unsettled, periodically staring at the porch when I thought no one was watching. It looked so ordinary in the daylight, just weathered grey boards, the peeling white railing, my grandfather's potted plants at each end. That evening, I couldn't help myself. I went online and searched for the history of Millfield and any records of our street. I found nothing unusual about my grandparents' house specifically, though I did learn that the land had once been part of a larger farm property before the town expanded in the early 1900s. I thought about asking my grandfather, but he's always been more practical than my grandmother. He'd probably just tell me it was the house settling or a branch scraping against the porch roof. That night, I was determined to stay awake and see if I heard the footsteps again. I kept myself busy on my laptop until about 2 a.m., then shut everything off and just sat on the edge of the bed, listening in the darkness. Nothing happened. The next night was the same. Nothing. For the remainder of my stay, another week and a half, I never heard those footsteps again. Part of me was relieved, but another part felt strangely disappointed, like I'd been given a brief glimpse of something beyond ordinary explanation, and now it was gone. On my last day, as I was packing my things, my grandmother came into the room with fresh towels. "You didn't hear her again, did you?" she asked, placing the towels on the dresser. I looked up, surprised by the question. "No, how did you know?" She smiled. "She doesn't usually come back once she's been acknowledged. At least not right away. She might wait months before walking again." "Grandma, who do you think she is?" I asked, zipping up my duffel bag. She walked to the window and looked out at the porch. "I've always thought she might be the farmer's wife, the one who owned this land before it was divided up. Your grandfather found an old photograph in the attic when we were first married, a woman standing on this very porch. The photo was dated 1904. She looked sad, like she was waiting for someone." I joined my grandmother at the window. "Do you still have the photo?" She shook her head. "It was lost in the flood back in 97. A lot of old things were ruined then." She patted my arm. "Don't worry too much about it, James. Some things just don't have explanations." But that's the thing. I've always needed explanations. I've spent months trying to rationalize what I heard that night. It could have been the wind, or the house settling, or my half-asleep brain misinterpreting some other sound. That's what the logical part of me wants to believe, yet I know what I heard. Those footsteps were real. They had weight and rhythm and purpose. And the way my grandmother talked about her, not with fear or superstition, but with a kind of respectful familiarity, has stuck with me. I haven't been back to my grandparents' house since last summer. I'm planning to visit again in a few weeks. Part of me is nervous about staying in that room again, about what I might hear or see, but another part of me is curious. Maybe this time I'll catch a glimpse of whoever, or whatever, walks the porch at night. I don't know if I believe in ghosts now. I'm still that same skeptical person who wants scientific explanations for everything, but there's a crack in my certainty that wasn't there before. A small space where I have to admit that maybe, just maybe, there are things in this world that defy rational explanation. All I know for sure is what I heard that night. Those slow, steady footsteps on an empty porch, and the strange, matter-of-fact way my grandmother confirmed that I wasn't the first to hear them, and I probably wouldn't be the last. Story 17. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or any supernatural stuff. I'm not religious either. I call myself a skeptic. I need evidence for things. If I can't see it, touch it, or measure it somehow, I'll struggle to accept it exists. My wife Ellie teases me for being such a boring realist. At least she used to. Now she doesn't joke about it anymore. We bought this old cottage in rural Shropshire last year. It's about 2 hours from Birmingham, where we both work, but we fell in love with the place immediately. It's got that charming countryside aesthetic. Stone walls, wooden beams, creaky floorboards. The estate agent mentioned it was circa 1890s, but some parts looked even older. The previous owners had modernized the kitchen and bathrooms, but kept all the original features. Perfect weekend getaway, we thought. The locals were friendly enough, though sometimes I caught them exchanging glances when we mentioned where we'd bought. Nothing explicit, just knowing looks. I brushed it off as small-town curiosity about the newcomers. The first few weekends were idyllic. We'd go hiking during the day, cook elaborate meals in the evening, then curl up by the fireplace with a bottle of wine. Sometimes our cat Pepper would hunt mice in the garden before settling between us for the night. It was exactly what we'd hoped for when escaping the city. Then came that night in February. I can't explain what happened. I've tried rationalizing it 1,000 times, but nothing makes sense. It was a Thursday. We'd decided to extend our weekend by taking Friday off, so we drove up after work. The cottage was cold when we arrived. The heating system is temperamental at best. So I got a fire going while Ellie unpacked groceries. After dinner, we watched some Netflix documentary about deep-sea creatures that put Ellie to sleep on the couch. I woke her around 9:30 and we headed up to bed. I have this mild tinnitus that comes and goes. It's usually not bothersome, just a faint high-pitched ringing in my right ear that I can ignore. That night, though, as I was lying in bed scrolling through emails on my phone, planning my workload for Monday, it started getting louder, unusually loud. The ringing intensified until it became almost painful. I remember checking if something in the room was causing it. Maybe interference from my phone or the old wiring in the walls. Nothing obvious. Ellie was already fast asleep beside me, Pepper curled up at her feet. I tried closing my eyes, thinking maybe I was just tired and needed sleep. The cottage creaks and settles at night, especially when the temperature drops, so I heard the usual pops and groans of old timber. Nothing alarming. I must have drifted off briefly because the next thing I remember is opening my eyes to see this strange red light. It was like one of those old-fashioned police lights that rotate, casting a slow, sweeping beam across my ceiling. The light wasn't steady, but pulsing like a heartbeat. Red, black, red, black. I couldn't see where it was coming from. Our bedroom window faces the backyard and fields beyond. There's no road nearby, no neighbors close enough for their lights to reach us. I tried to turn my head to locate the source, but I couldn't move, not even a little. It was like someone had poured concrete into my joints. My muscles felt locked in place. I could still breathe, but even that felt restricted, like something heavy was sitting on my chest. My eyes could move, though. They darted around frantically while the rest of me remained frozen. The ringing in my ears had morphed into a deep, penetrating hum that seemed to vibrate through my skull. I've experienced sleep paralysis before, maybe 2 or 3 times in my life. It's terrifying but explainable. Your mind wakes before your body, leaving you conscious but unable to move. But this felt different. During sleep paralysis, I've never been able to see so clearly. Everything was in sharp focus. The red light casting shadows across our bedroom, the pattern of raindrops on the window, the texture of our duvet. My jaw was locked with my mouth slightly open. I tried calling out to Ellie, but all I could manage was a breathy, "okay," which made no sense even to me. Why would I say okay? It wasn't okay. Nothing about this was okay. The sensation reminded me of this training exercise I did once for work. We had to experience being tased to understand its effects. I work in security systems design. That same locked muscle feeling, the inability to control basic movements, yet maintaining this weird minimal mobility, except being tased lasts seconds. This was continuing much longer. I focused everything on moving my left leg. If I could just kick Ellie, wake her up. I managed to push my leg sideways, just enough to brush against Pepper. The cat made a strange chirping sound and jumped off the bed. I still couldn't reach Ellie. The red light began to intensify. It was no longer just sweeping across the ceiling, but seemed to be filling the room, pulsating faster. The humming grew louder too, no longer just in my ears, but seeming to come from everywhere at once. From the walls, from under the floor, from inside my head. I felt pressure building behind my eyes. My chest tightened even more. The red light became blinding. Then nothing. I don't know if I passed out or what, but the next moment of awareness came with a violent jolt. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater. I could move again. I sat up so quickly I felt dizzy. The room was normal. No red light, no humming, just the familiar darkness of our bedroom with moonlight filtering through the curtains. Ellie was still asleep beside me, undisturbed. Pepper was gone. My hands were shaking as I checked my Apple Watch. 10:47 p.m. I'd glanced at the time before closing my eyes earlier. It had been just after 10. The whole episode had lasted maybe 15 minutes at most. What freaked me out more was my heart rate data. Despite feeling like my heart was about to explode out of my chest, the watch showed my rate had actually plummeted during those minutes, from my usual resting rate around 68-70 down to 54 BPM. That makes no physiological sense. When you're panicking, your heart rate increases. It doesn't drop. I got up carefully, trying not to wake Ellie, and searched for Pepper. Found him huddled under the guest room bed, fur puffed out, eyes wide. He hissed when I tried to coax him out. This from a cat who normally sleeps on my face. I spent the rest of the night sitting in our living room with all the lights on, Googling explanations, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, night terrors, temporal lobe seizures. Nothing quite fit what I'd experienced. I didn't tell Ellie the next morning. She noticed I looked exhausted, but I blamed it on work stress. I didn't want to frighten her or have her think I was losing my mind. We enjoyed our Friday in the village, had dinner at the local pub. Everything felt normal again, almost. That night, I purposely stayed downstairs until Ellie was fast asleep. I double-checked all the windows and doors before finally heading up. Nothing happened. I slept through until morning, relieved but still uneasy. We returned to Birmingham on Sunday evening. Back to our modern apartment with its reliable heating and soundproof windows. Back to rationality and normal life. I convinced myself it had been some weird combination of factors. The old house settling, my tinnitus acting up, stress from work, maybe something I ate. The brain can play elaborate tricks, especially in that twilight state between wakefulness and sleep. That's what I told myself. Then Tuesday night, in our Birmingham apartment, I jolted awake at 3:17 a.m. The ringing in my ears was back, louder than ever. And there it was, reflecting in our bedroom mirror, that pulsing red light. I screamed this time, actually managed a full-throated yell that woke Ellie instantly. She turned on the bedside lamp, asking what was wrong, but by then the light was gone. The ringing faded. I was left looking like a lunatic, sweating and trembling beside my confused wife. I had to tell her everything then. As I described what happened, I watched her expression change from concern to fear. Not fear of whatever I'd experienced, but fear for my mental state. "Maybe you should see someone," she suggested gently. "Could be stress-induced hallucinations." I agreed to make an appointment with my doctor. What else could I do? I had no proof, no explanation. The doctor ordered tests. MRI, EEG, blood work. Everything came back normal. No sign of neurological issues, no unusual brain activity, no vitamin deficiencies or metabolic problems. He prescribed mild sleeping pills and referred me to a therapist specializing in sleep disorders. I've been seeing Dr. Winters for 6 weeks now. She's convinced I experienced a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis combined with hypnagogic hallucinations. The red light, the humming, the paralysis, all classic symptoms apparently. Even the sensation of pressure on the chest is common, often interpreted historically as demons sitting on people's chests while they sleep. The abnormal heart rate reading. Probably a glitch in my Apple Watch. Technology isn't infallible. It's a neat, rational explanation that should satisfy me. It almost does. Except for 3 things. First, Pepper won't enter our bedroom anymore, not even in Birmingham. He sleeps in the hallway, just outside our door, but won't cross the threshold. Second, the previous owners of the cottage contacted us last month, asking if we'd noticed anything unusual. They were vague when I pressed for details, just said they were curious how we were settling in. When I mentioned we were thinking of selling, they seemed relieved. And third, most disturbing of all, Ellie woke me 2 nights ago around 2 a.m. She was sitting up in bed, staring at me with wide eyes. "I saw it," she whispered. "The red light. It was circling the room while you were sleeping. I couldn't move. I couldn't wake you. I don't know what's happening to us. We've put the cottage up for sale, but I'm not sure that will solve anything. Whatever this is followed us to Birmingham once already. The rational part of my brain is still searching for explanations. Shared delusion, environmental toxins, some weird psychological phenomenon. But I'm running out of rational explanations, and I'm running out of people to tell who won't think I'm crazy. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what's happening, in case it gets worse, in case next time one of us doesn't wake up. The realtor is showing the cottage to potential buyers tomorrow. I haven't told them anything. What could I say? That sometimes, around 10 p.m., you might see a strange red light and feel yourself paralyzed? That would go over well. So I sit here waiting for night to fall, wondering if I'll hear that ringing again, if I'll see that light again. I've set up cameras in our bedroom, motion sensors, audio recorders. If something happens, I'll have evidence. Unless, of course, nothing shows up on the recordings, unless it's all in my head. But Ellie saw it too now, and Pepper knows something isn't right. I never believed in the supernatural. I'm still not sure I do. But something is happening that I can't explain, and it's following us home. Story 18. A teen. I've never been the type to share personal stuff online, but what happened to me last spring has been eating away at me. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here will understand or have experienced something similar. I'm Gabriel, 23, living in Cedar Creek, one of those tiny rural towns where everybody knows your business whether you want them to or not. My heritage is Cherokee and Mexican, and I grew up learning both Cherokee and Salagi from my grandfather. He always emphasized how important it was to keep our connection to our ancestors alive through language and traditions. Looking back now, I wish I'd paid more attention. April 2023 was probably the lowest point in my life. The months leading up to it had been rough. My relationship with my family had completely fallen apart after I finally got the courage to confront my mom about her drinking. It had been going on for years, but everyone just pretended not to notice the way she'd treat me when drunk, The things she'd say, the way she'd look at me like I was nothing, it had worn me down to nothing. But in my family, you don't talk about these things. You just endure. When I finally broke that rule, everything shattered. My sisters took Mom's side. My uncles and aunts stopped calling. Even my cousins, who I thought would have my back, ghosted me. The only people I had left were my wife and stepdaughter. That particular night, April 17th, my wife had taken my stepdaughter to visit her grandparents a few towns over. I was alone in our small house at the edge of town, the one with the big backyard that backs up to the woods. I remember it was unusually cold for spring, with this weird fog hanging low over everything. I was sitting in the backyard by the fire pit, just staring into the flames and feeling sorry for myself. The wood was popping and hissing as it burned, sending sparks up into the darkness. I had a beer in my hand, but I wasn't really drinking it, just holding it, feeling the cold glass against my palm. I don't know what made me start chanting. Maybe it was the loneliness. Maybe it was remembering how my grandfather would sometimes sit by the fire and speak to those who had passed on. Whatever it was, I found myself speaking softly in Salagi, calling out to my ancestors, asking for guidance, for someone to hear me, since my living family had turned their backs. The words came back to me from childhood, prayers and chants my grandfather had taught me. I'm not even sure I was saying them right, but I kept going, my voice getting louder as I went on. The fire seemed to respond, flaring up occasionally as I spoke certain words. Part of me felt ridiculous, but another part felt, I don't know, connected to something. After about an hour of this, nothing had happened. At least nothing I could see or feel. The fire was dying down, and I was getting cold, so I decided to head inside. I remember checking the time on my phone, 11:42 p.m., as I dumped the last of my beer onto the embers and headed for the back door. As soon as I stepped inside, I noticed how cold it was. Not just chilly, but unnaturally cold, like walking into a meat locker. I figured the heater had kicked off, so I went to check the thermostat in the hallway. It read 72 degrees, which made no sense given how freezing it felt. I was standing there puzzled when my phone buzzed with a text from my wife saying they'd arrived safely at her parents' house. I smiled at the photo she sent of my stepdaughter, already asleep on her grandmother's couch. As I was typing a reply, something made me look up toward my stepdaughter's bedroom. Her door was open. It doesn't sound like much, but it sent this immediate jolt of wrongness through me. We always kept her door closed when she wasn't home. It was just one of those household rules we had. I started walking toward it, thinking maybe I'd forgotten to close it earlier, when I saw him. Standing just inside the doorway was a Native American man. Not just any man. He was dressed in traditional buckskin pants and moccasins with what looked like a bone chest plate or breastplate. His black hair hung down, covering most of his face, but I could sense him staring at me through the strands. The most disturbing part was the red handprint on his shoulder. It looked wet, like fresh blood or paint actually dripping down his arm. I froze completely. My brain just couldn't process what I was seeing. This wasn't like seeing a shadow out of the corner of your eye that disappears when you look directly at it. This was solid, detailed, and completely out of place in my stepdaughter's pink and purple bedroom. For about 5 seconds, though it felt like hours, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe. It felt like ice was slowly creeping up from my feet through my entire body, not just the feeling of being cold, but like my blood was actually turning to ice in my veins. Then I blinked, just a normal involuntary blink. In that millisecond, I felt this intense rush of freezing air hit me square in the chest, like thousands of tiny ice needles piercing through me. It knocked the wind out of me, and I gasped. When my eyes reopened, he was gone. I stood there hyperventilating, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. The hallway was still freezing cold, but the figure had vanished completely. No sound, No movement, nothing to indicate he'd ever been there except the lingering cold and the absolute terror I felt. After what must have been several minutes of just standing there in shock, my survival instincts finally kicked in. I ran through the house, checking every room, closet and corner, turning on all the lights as I went. Everything was normal. No signs of an intruder, no doors or windows open, nothing disturbed or out of place. I ended up sitting in my kitchen with a knife in my hand until dawn, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. I couldn't shake the image of that figure from my mind, especially the dripping red handprint. It wasn't just that I'd seen something supernatural, it was the feeling that came with it, like it had reached inside me and touched something primal. When morning came, I went out to my garden and cut some sage. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly cut myself with the scissors. I bundled it up and lit it, moving through every room of the house, letting the smoke fill each corner while I mumbled every prayer and protection chant I could remember. I probably looked crazy, this grown man with tears streaming down his face, frantically waving burning herbs around and speaking Tsalagi in a trembling voice. I spent most of that day researching, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it an ancestor responding to my call, some kind of guardian spirit? Or had my emotional state that night made me vulnerable to something darker? The red handprint especially troubled me. In some traditions, it symbolizes power or warfare, but the way it looked fresh and wet gave me chills. My wife and stepdaughter came home the next day, and I didn't tell them what happened. How could I? Hey, I was feeling sorry for myself, so I started chanting in the backyard and may have summoned a spirit into our house. Didn't seem like a conversation starter. Besides, I was afraid my stepdaughter would be scared to sleep in her room. It's been months now, and I haven't seen the figure again. The house feels normal, but I'm not the same. I still sit in the backyard at night sometimes, staring into the fire, wondering what message that spirit was trying to convey. Was it a warning, a reminder of who I am and where I come from, or something else entirely? Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I feel like I'm being watched. Not in a threatening way, but like someone is keeping an eye on me. And occasionally when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel that cold rush of air across my face, just for a second. The strangest part is that since that night, things with my family have started to improve, little by little. My youngest sister called me out of the blue about a week after the incident. One of my cousins invited me to his kid's birthday party. Even my mom has reached out, though we're still on shaky ground. I can't explain what happened that night. I don't know if I contacted an ancestral spirit or if my grief and loneliness opened a door to something else. But whatever it was, it changed me. I feel more connected to my heritage now, more aware of the thin veil between worlds. So that's my story. I still don't have answers. That figure with the dripping red handprint has never returned, at least not in a form I could see. But sometimes, when I'm chanting by the fire or just sitting quietly in my stepdaughter's room while she sleeps, I feel a presence. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I catch a whiff of something like wet paint or blood. Story 19. I've been trying to write this down for months. Every time I start, my hands shake so badly that I have to stop. It's stupid, really. I'm 32 years old and still terrified of something I saw when I was 7. But after talking to my cousin Jake last week, I realized I need to get this out. Maybe someone else has seen what we saw. Maybe someone can explain it. I grew up in Pine Haven. It's your typical small town where everyone knows everyone, and the local church is the center of everything. Our church wasn't one of those modern buildings with fancy lighting and a coffee shop. It was old, like built in the 1920s old. The main sanctuary was beautiful, with these huge stained glass windows and wooden pews that creaked whenever you moved. But the rest of the building was weird. The layout made absolutely no sense. There were hallways that seemed to lead nowhere, random staircases and doors that opened to walls. My dad told me once that the building had been expanded and renovated so many times that nobody remembered the original floor plan anymore. There were offices that nobody used, storage rooms packed with decades-old Sunday school materials, and even what looked like abandoned apartments on the upper floor. As kids, we were told not to wander around the building alone. Of course, that made us want to explore it even more. The Christmas when I was 7, our church held its annual holiday party. It was always a big deal. Potluck dinner in the fellowship hall, adults drinking punch and talking about boring stuff, kids running wild. My cousins Jake and Emma were there too. Jake was 9 and Emma was 8, which made them the coolest people in my world. After dinner, when all the adults were deep in conversation, Jake nudged me and Emma. "Want to go exploring?" he whispered. I still remember the excitement bubbling up in my stomach. The church felt different at night. The hallways were darker, the shadows longer, and everything echoed in a way it didn't during Sunday service. We slipped away from the fellowship hall and started our adventure. First, we checked out the classrooms, but those were boring, just chairs and Bible story posters. Then we ventured upstairs to what used to be the choir practice room. It had these weird risers and a piano missing half its keys. "Let's go to the West Wing," Jake suggested. The West Wing was the oldest part of the building, the part that even the adults rarely went to. The hallway leading there was narrow and dimly lit. Some of the ceiling lights flickered and others didn't work at all. The carpet was this ugly brown color that had probably been there since the 70s. "Aren't you scared?" Emma teased me when I hesitated. "No," I lied, squeezing my hands into fists to stop them from shaking. I wasn't about to let my older cousins think I was a baby. As we went deeper into the West Wing, the sounds of the Christmas party faded completely. It was so quiet I could hear our footsteps on the carpet and the occasional creaking of the old building. We passed by several closed doors, storage rooms, an old nursery, what used to be the church library before they built the new one. Jake was in the lead, then Emma, and I trailed behind, occasionally glancing over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us. At the end of the hallway was a wall, just a plain wall with faded wallpaper. "Dead end," Emma sighed, clearly disappointed, but Jake wasn't convinced. He ran his hand along the wall, pressing in different spots. "I heard Pastor Mike talking to Dad once. He said there were hidden rooms in the church that weren't on any blueprint." I thought Jake was making it up to sound cool, but then something clicked and a section of the wall swung inward. It wasn't dramatic, just a small creak and a puff of dust. But all three of us gasped like we'd discovered buried treasure. "No way," Emma whispered. Behind the hidden door was a small room, empty except for a wooden chair in the center and some papers scattered on the floor. The air smelled musty, like nobody had been there in years. Jake stepped in first, and Emma and I followed. The room was maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling that made even us kids feel cramped. There were no windows, and the only light came from the hallway behind us. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice sounding smaller than I intended. Jake picked up one of the papers from the floor. "Church bulletins," he said, showing us a yellowed program from a Sunday service dated 1982. Weird. That's when I noticed another door on the far wall of the room. Unlike the hidden entrance we'd just come through, this was a proper door with a small window at eye level. Well, adult eye level, which meant we couldn't see through it. "Look," I pointed. Jake walked over to the door and tried the handle. It was locked. "I want to see what's in there," he said, eyeing the small window. He dragged the wooden chair over and positioned it in front of the door. "I'll go first," he announced, climbing onto the chair. Standing on tiptoes, Jake peered through the window. At first, his face showed only curiosity, then confusion. And then, this is the part that still makes my stomach turn. His expression changed to pure terror. His face went white. and he scrambled off the chair so fast he knocked it over. "What? What did you see?" Emma demanded. Jake shook his head frantically. "Nothing. Let's go back." His voice was shaking, but Emma wasn't buying it. "No way, you saw something. I want to see too." While they argued, I picked up the chair and set it in front of the door again. My heart was pounding, but I was determined not to look like a scaredy cat. "I'll look," I said, and before either of them could stop me, I climbed onto the chair. The window was small, maybe 8 inches square, with wire mesh embedded in the glass. The room beyond was dark, but not completely. There was a faint greyish light coming from somewhere I couldn't see, enough to make out shapes but not details. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Just another empty room, slightly larger than the one we were in. Then my eyes adjusted more, and I realized there was someone in the far corner. It was a figure standing completely still, facing the wall. From behind it looked like a person, human-shaped, with arms and legs and what seemed like pale skin. But it was naked, with no clothes or hair that I could see. Its arms were raised, hands covering its face, pressed against the wall like it was playing hide and seek. I should have been scared. I should have jumped down immediately. But there was something about the figure that kept me frozen in place, staring. It wasn't moving at all, not even the slight movement you'd see from someone breathing. "Lily, get down," Jake whispered urgently, tugging at my leg. But I couldn't move. I kept staring at the figure, waiting for it to turn around, waiting for it to do something. Then Emma pushed me aside. "My turn," she said, climbing up to look. I stumbled back, suddenly aware of how cold I felt. My entire body was covered in goosebumps. Emma only looked for a few seconds before she jumped down, her face as pale as Jake's had been. "It turned its head," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Just a little bit, like it heard us. I saw its face." "What did it look like?" I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. Emma shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. "It was wrong. Its face was grey, like ashes, and it had these huge dark circles under its eyes, so dark that it looked like it didn't have eyes at all, just empty spaces." Jake grabbed both our arms. "We need to go. Now." We ran through the hidden door, down the hallway, not stopping until we reached the fellowship hall, where the adults were still chatting like nothing had happened. We burst in, out of breath, and probably looking terrified, but nobody noticed. Or if they did, they just assumed we'd been playing tag or something. The weird thing is, and this is what I've been struggling with for years, we never talked about it afterward. Not that night, not the next day, not ever. It was like the three of us silently agreed to pretend it never happened. And somehow, I almost did forget. Almost. Throughout my childhood, I developed an intense fear of the dark. I needed a nightlight until I was 14, which my parents thought was ridiculous. I couldn't explain to them why the darkness terrified me so much, because I couldn't remember exactly what had scared me in the first place. All I knew was that I had this constant nagging fear that if I looked into a dark corner too long, I might see something looking back. Last month, I was going through old family photos and found one from that Christmas party. There we were, Jake, Emma and me, sitting at a table with paper plates of cookies, looking normal. But our eyes... There was something off about our expressions. We looked haunted. It was like a key turning in a lock. Suddenly, I remembered everything. The hidden room, the figure against the wall, Emma's description of its face. The memories came flooding back with such clarity that I felt sick. I called Jake immediately. We haven't been close as adults. He lives in another state, has a wife and kids. When I brought up the church, he was quiet for so long that I thought we'd been disconnected. "Jake, are you there?" "I've been trying to forget that for 25 years, Lily," he finally said. His voice sounded strained. "Do you know how many therapists I've seen? How many sleep medications I've tried? And you just bring it up like we're talking about some childhood game. I'm sorry, I said quickly. I remembered it all suddenly and I thought maybe I'd imagined it. I needed to know if it really happened. He was quiet again before saying, "It happened," but Emma never saw its face. What? Yes, she did. She said, "Emma was behind me the whole time. You looked through the window, then I pulled you down." Emma never got a chance to look. It was me who saw its face. I felt cold all over again. But I remember Emma saying, "It wasn't Emma, it was me." I described what I saw, and somehow, over the years, you've mixed up who said what. But I'm the one who's had to live with that image in my head. We talked for another hour. Jake told me he'd gone back to the church as a teenager, trying to find the hidden room again, but couldn't. The west wing had been renovated, walls knocked down, new rooms built. Whatever was behind that window door, it's either gone now or completely sealed away. What scares me most isn't what we saw that night. It's the fact that both Jake and I somehow suppressed the memory for years, only to have it resurface in such vivid detail decades later. How does that happen? How does your brain hide something so terrifying, only to throw it back at you when you least expect it? And what was that thing in the room? Why was it in a church of all places? Was it a ghost, a demon? Some poor, deformed person locked away and forgotten? I've searched online for similar experiences, for any mention of Pine Haven Church and its hidden rooms, but found nothing. The church itself was torn down 5 years ago to make way for a new building with proper fire exits and wheelchair access. Whatever secrets it held are buried now, but I still can't shake the image of that figure, standing motionless against the wall, hands covering its face. Sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I imagine it turning around slowly, revealing those hollow black eye sockets and that ashen face. And I wonder, if it's not in that room anymore, where is it now? Maybe writing this down will help me process it. Or maybe someone else has seen something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. All I know is that I'm 32 years old and I still can't look into a dark, empty room without wondering if something is standing there, facing the wall, waiting for someone to see it. Story 20. I've never felt the need to share this before, but I can't get what happened out of my head, and maybe writing it down will help me make sense of it. This happened about 3 years ago when I was 19, working as a shepherd with my Uncle Nate in Blackstone Valley. If you've never been there, it's this remote mountainous area where cell service is basically non-existent, and the closest town is about an hour-and-a-half drive down winding dirt roads. My family has been herding sheep there for generations. That summer was particularly dry, and we had to take the flock further up the mountain than usual to find decent grazing. My uncle and I had been up there for about a week, moving camp every couple days. It was hard work, but peaceful in a way that's hard to describe. Just us, the sheep, 2 dogs, and miles of wilderness. The day everything happened started normal enough. We woke up at dawn, had some coffee, and moved the flock to a new grazing area. It was hot, but not unbearable, and the sheep were calm. Around sunset, we started setting up camp in this small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The spot had this perfect flat area for the tent and a natural depression that made a good fire pit. Uncle Nate got the fire going while I checked on the sheep one last time before dark. The summer sky was turning this deep purple-orange color, and I remember thinking how massive the mountains looked against it. By the time I got back to camp, the fire was crackling, and Uncle Nate was pulling out our usual dinner. Some hard bread, beef jerky he made himself, and this yogurt stuff my aunt sends in sealed jars that somehow stays good for weeks. We settled down by the fire, and I was just about to bite into my bread when we heard footsteps approaching from the tree line. Both the dogs perked up but didn't bark, which was weird. Usually they go nuts at any stranger. This old man stepped into our camp, had to be in his 70s at least, with this leathery, sun-beaten face and hands that looked like twisted tree roots. He was dressed like most old shepherds up there. worn canvas pants, heavy boots, and layers of faded flannel despite the warm evening. He carried a small pack and walked with this handmade walking stick that had all these little carvings on it. Uncle Nate greeted him. We're used to running into other shepherds occasionally, though usually we see their fires from a distance rather than have them walk right into camp. The old guy introduced himself as Morris and asked if he could share our fire for a bit. Said his camp was just over the ridge, but didn't elaborate more than that. There was something off about him from the start. Not threatening exactly, but intense. His eyes seemed too bright for his weathered face, and he kept scanning our camp like he was taking inventory. But hospitality is a big deal in the mountains, and Uncle Nate gestured for him to sit. The weird part was when he pulled out food from his pack. Not trail rations, but these fresh-looking sausages, a chunk of cheese that wasn't all dried out, and even some kind of pastry wrapped in cloth. Who carries that kind of stuff miles up a mountain? But he offered to share, and honestly, after a week of jerky and hard bread, it looked amazing. While we ate, the conversation was normal enough. Weather patterns, predator sightings, the usual shepherd talk. Morris seemed to know the area well, mentioning landmarks and trails that even Uncle Nate, who's been working these mountains for 30 years, had to think about to remember. The sky got darker and the stars came out. I've never seen stars like in Blackstone Valley. Without light pollution, it's like someone scattered diamonds across black velvet. The fire was burning low, just embers really, casting this red glow on everyone's faces. That's when the conversation shifted. Morris leaned forward, his face half in shadow, and asked, completely out of nowhere, "You boys believe in the devil?" There was something about the way he asked it, casual but intense at the same time, that made my skin crawl. Uncle Nate laughed it off, saying something about how the only devils in these mountains were the mountain lions that occasionally took a sheep. But Morris kept looking at me, waiting for my answer. I don't know why, but I said yes. I'm not even particularly religious, but something about being asked that question in that place, under those stars, by this stranger, I couldn't say no. Uncle Nate shot me this look like I was being ridiculous, but Morris just nodded slowly, like I'd confirmed something he already knew. "I saw something 2 months back," Morris said, poking at the fire with a stick. "Been herding for 53 years and never seen anything like it." He explained how he'd been moving his flock through the eastern valley when he noticed something odd about one of the goats. Now, if you've worked with livestock, you know goats usually lead the flock. They're curious and adventurous. But this one was staying behind the sheep, which isn't normal behavior. Morris said it was pure white, not cream or off-white, but pure white like fresh snow, with no ear tags or identifying marks. He hadn't recognized it as one of his, but that's not uncommon. Sometimes goats from different flocks intermingle if they graze close enough to each other. What struck him as truly strange was how his dog and horse reacted to this goat. His border collie, a dog he described as fearless enough to take on a wolf, wouldn't go near it. The horse, too, would shy away whenever the goat came close, the way they do around snakes. After a couple days of this, Morris decided to get a closer look at the animal. He approached it while it was grazing apart from the others, thinking maybe it was sick or injured. "When I got within arm's reach," he said, his voice dropping so low we had to lean in to hear him, "that goat turned and looked me straight in the eyes. Not like an animal looks at you, like a person." Before he could back away, the goat lunged and bit his hand. Not a nip, but a full-on bite that broke the skin. Morris showed us the scar, a curved white mark across his palm that gleamed in the firelight. He said he'd reacted instinctively, kicking the goat hard in the ribs, so hard that he nearly blacked out from the pain that shot through his own body when his boot connected. His vision blurred, and he grabbed onto a nearby tree to steady himself. And that's when he saw it. The goat stood up on its hind legs, not just reared up like goats sometimes do, but stood fully upright like a human. It shook itself off, looked directly at Morris again, and then walked, not hopped or jumped, away on two legs, disappearing into the trees. When Morris finished his story, nobody spoke for what felt like forever. The fire had almost died out, just a few glowing embers left. I couldn't even look at Uncle Nate. I was afraid of what I'd see on his face, whether belief or disbelief would be worse. "You think I'm crazy," Morris finally said, not as a question but a statement. "Or drunk, maybe. I haven't touched alcohol in 30 years. Uncle Nate cleared his throat and said something about how the mountains can play tricks on your eyes, especially at dusk. Morris just smiled this empty smile and started packing up his things. "Thought you might understand," he said as he stood, looking more at me than my uncle. "Some things can't be explained away." Before leaving, he paused at the edge of our firelight and said, "Keep an eye on your flock, and if you see a white goat without tags, don't approach it. Just let it be." Then he walked off into the darkness. We didn't even hear his footsteps after a few seconds, like he'd just vanished. Uncle Nate tried to laugh it off, saying the old man was probably just messing with us or suffering from heat exhaustion. But I noticed he added more wood to the fire and checked that his rifle was within reach before turning in. I couldn't sleep at all. Our tent suddenly felt too thin, too exposed. Every sound from the forest seemed amplified. Branches creaking, nocturnal animals moving around, the occasional bleat from the sheep. I kept thinking about Morris's face when he told that story. He believed what he saw, I'm sure of it. Around 2 a.m. the dogs started whining, not barking, which would have been less unsettling somehow, but this high-pitched, anxious whine. Uncle Nate was immediately awake, grabbing his rifle and pulling on his boots without a word. Outside, the night was clear and cold, the moon bright enough to cast shadows. The sheep were huddled together more tightly than usual, but otherwise seemed calm. The dogs, though, were acting strange, pacing back and forth at the edge of our camp, looking into the darkness beyond, but refusing to go investigate whatever had disturbed them. Uncle Nate walked the perimeter, rifle ready, but found nothing, no tracks, no signs of predators. Eventually, he chalked it up to a passing coyote or fox and told me to get some sleep. He said he'd keep watch for a while. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke to the sound of Uncle Nate swearing. It was dawn, the sky just starting to lighten. I scrambled out of the tent to find him standing at the edge of camp, looking at something on the ground. It was footprints, not animal tracks, human footprints. They led right up to where we'd been sitting around the fire, circled our tent, and then headed off toward the tree line. Maybe it was Morris coming back for something, I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew it wasn't right. These prints were different somehow, though I couldn't explain exactly why. They were the right shape, but something about the depth and spacing was just wrong. Uncle Nate, practical as always, decided we needed to move camp. We packed up faster than we ever had before, barely speaking as we worked. The sheep seemed eager to move too, which was unusual. Normally they resist being herded first thing in the morning. As we headed to a new grazing area, I kept scanning the flock, counting and recounting, looking for any animal that didn't belong, any flash of pure white among the cream and grey and brown sheep. Around midday, we set up a new camp about 3 miles from the old one. Uncle Nate seemed to relax a bit, even joking about that crazy old coot and his wild stories. But I noticed he chose a more exposed spot for the new camp. Fewer trees, better visibility in all directions. The rest of the day passed without incident. We went about our usual tasks, though I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Every few minutes I'd count the sheep again. Every time I came up with the right number, I felt a little knot of tension release, only for it to tighten again moments later. As the sun started to set, Uncle Nate built a smaller fire than usual. "No sense advertising our location," he muttered, though to who or what he didn't say. We ate in silence, both exhausted from the quick move and the sleepless night. The food tasted like nothing. I kept thinking about Morris and his scar, wondering if he was at his own camp somewhere nearby or if he'd ever had a camp at all. Just as darkness settled fully around us, one of the dogs suddenly stood up, hackles raised, staring intently toward a cluster of boulders about 50 yards from camp. The other dog quickly joined, both of them growling low in their throats but not advancing. Uncle Nate grabbed his rifle and switched on his flashlight, aiming the beam toward the boulders. For a second, I thought I saw something move, a flash of white, but it was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. "Stay here," Uncle Nate said, moving toward the boulders. I wanted to tell him not to go, to forget about it and come back to the fire, but I couldn't make my mouth work. He got about halfway there when both dogs suddenly started whining again, backing up toward me instead of following Uncle Nate as they normally would. That's when he stopped too, flashlight beam wavering slightly. "Nate," I called, my voice sounding thin and childish in the vast darkness. He didn't answer for what felt like forever. Then, very slowly, he backed up toward camp, never turning his back on those boulders, the flashlight still trained on them. When he reached the fire, his face was pale. "Thought I saw something," was all he said. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't ask. We stayed up all night, back to back, watching the darkness around us. The dogs wouldn't settle, pacing and whining occasionally. The sheep were restless too, moving around more than they should at night. Just before dawn, when the sky was starting to lighten just enough to see shapes and shadows, I noticed something odd about the flock. There seemed to be one sheep standing apart from the others, near the edge of the group. Except as the light grew stronger, I realized it wasn't a sheep at all. It was smaller, with a different silhouette. A goat. A pure white goat with no tags. I nudged Uncle Nate and pointed. He saw it too. I know he did because he raised his rifle very slowly and chambered around as quietly as he could. The goat didn't move. It just stood there, facing away from us, perfectly still among the stirring sheep. "Don't shoot," I whispered, though I don't know why. Something told me that firing at this animal would be the worst mistake we could make. Uncle Nate lowered the rifle slightly but kept it ready. "We need to count the flock," he said, his voice barely audible. So we did, as the sun rose higher, every sheep accounted for. The goat wasn't one of ours, wasn't replacing one of our animals. It had just joined. Sometime in the night, without either of us seeing it approach, without the dogs raising an alarm. As the day brightened fully, the goat finally moved. It turned, very slowly, until it was facing us across the distance of the camp. Even from there, I could see its eyes, dark and somehow wrong on its white face. Then it made a sound, not a bleat or any noise I've ever heard a goat make. It was like a laugh, but pitched wrong, too deep and somehow hollow. Uncle Nate raised his rifle again, but before he could take aim properly, the goat turned and bounded away, disappearing over a rise faster than any normal goat could move. We broke camp immediately and headed down the mountain that same day, abandoning the summer grazing early. Uncle Nate made up some excuse to my aunt about bad water sources and poor grass quality up there, but I know the real reason. We both do. We never spoke about what happened, not really. Once, about a month later, Uncle Nate mentioned that old man Morris and wondered aloud if anyone in the valley knew him. No one did. No shepherd by that name had worked the Blackstone Range in at least a decade, according to the old-timers at the general store. Sometimes I think about those footprints around our tent, about how the dogs wouldn't bark at Morris, but wouldn't go near that goat. About the way Uncle Nate never said what he saw by those boulders that made him back away. I haven't been back to Blackstone Valley since then. Uncle Nate still goes, but he takes my cousin now instead of me. Sometimes I wonder if he's seen the white goat again. I wonder what I would do if I ever saw it outside those mountains, standing at the edge of some field, watching me with those wrong eyes. I don't know what it was we encountered up there. All I know is that now, when someone asks if I believe in the devil, I don't just say yes. I look over my shoulder first.